We are going to go ahead and get started. I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, October 25, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Assemblymember Allard. Assemblymember Solt.
Here.
Assemblymember Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Cross.
Here.
Chair France.
Here.
Vice Chair Constant.
Here.
Assemblymember Zalatel. Here. Assemblymember Dunbar.
Here.
Assemblymember Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Peterson.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I just want to note that we will be joined shortly by Ms. Allard. Mr. Volland, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance,
Yes.
please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Zalatel, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. We have minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the special meeting of August 25th, 2022, the regular meeting of August 9, 2022, the special meeting of August 17, 2022, the regular meeting of August 23, 2022, and the special meeting of September 1, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to approving those 5 sets of minutes? Seeing and hearing none, the minutes from the special meeting of August 25, 2022, the regular meeting of August 9, 2022, the special meeting of August 17, 2022, the regular meeting of August 23, 2022, and the special meeting of September 1, 2022 have been approved. Next is the mayor's report.
Madam Chair, the mayor is going to be a little bit late today, so I'll deliver it. Last week, Project Anchorage Task Force officially kicked off its work. Bill Popp of AEDC, Bruce Bustamante of the Anchorage Chamber were named co-chairs of the task force. And we'd like to thank Mr. Volland for contributing his thoughts and insights to the group, as he'll be a permanent member. And we look forward to working with all of you on the recommendations that come forward. The group is made up of city, business, and community leaders, and they're looking over all the recommendations made by Roger Brooks. There's, in the task force that was identified, we were looking at really the low-hanging fruit that we can all agree on and move quickly on, especially to implement during the 2023 summer construction season. The mayor expects this task force to develop both short-term and long-term goals and projects for them to tackle. If the group agrees on specific ideas or projects that need funding from the city, Member Volland and the mayor would be happy to bring forward those recommendations for the full assembly to consider, as well as work sessions. Last week, the mayor recognized AFN and was happy to see everybody in town. I know he gave a really just a welcome speech. And it was the first time that AFN had a chance to meet in person since the pandemic, and Anchorage is very pleased to have them here and not Fairbanks. This week, we have exciting news about public transit. They're receiving a first shipment of new buses for People Mover and the new Anchor Rides buses as well. We'll also be receiving 11 new clean diesel buses for People Mover and 14 new buses for Anchor Rides. It's been a long time coming for these vehicles, and transit has not been able to incorporate new buses into their fleet since 2013. In regards to the NAV Center funding, which I know you guys will be taking up this evening, I know that I'm sure there'll be a robust debate on this. Mayor first wants to say thank you to all the assembly members who participated in the facilitation work that was done earlier in the year. Progress was made on the issue of homelessness as a result of that group's work. The facilitated group agreed on the need for a NAV Center. In December of last year, the Assembly appropriated $6 million for investment into the 3 planks of the mass care exit strategy: complex need shelter, permanent supportive workforce housing, and a NAV Center. We now have the complex needs shelter, which is the former Sockeye Inn. The guest house and we are moving forward on the navigation center, hopefully. Eventually, 3 signers, the Alaska Community Foundation, Ms. Domboski with the municipality, Mr. Rivero for the Assembly, agreed to release funds from the ACF for the purchase of the NAV Center building. Additionally, $800,000 for structural design of the NAV Center was also approved by the Assembly. The Assembly did ultimately approve $6.2 million for construction of the facility on May 10th. The NAV Center is only one spoke of the larger hub in our response to the homelessness, but it's a vital piece of that plan. We know that around the country, navigation centers have served important roles as welcoming and safe places for people experiencing homelessness to gather, seek services, and gain the necessary help they need to ultimately be successful. We are here and ready to work together in good faith, and the mayor is hopeful that we can find an agreement and move this project forward in a meaningful way. That's all for the mayor tonight, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. I want to note for the record that we have been joined by Ms. Allard. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. First off, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us here tonight, whether you're in the chambers or online. Please be careful out there. I know the roads are slick. First off, I would like to offer condolences to the family and friends of Ben Stevens, who passed away on October 13. Mr. Stevens, a prominent figure in Alaska politics, was a former president of the Alaska State Senate who later served in the governor's office. We honor his service to Alaska and extend heartfelt sympathy to his loved ones. I also offer condolences to the family and friends of Bert Cottle, who passed away last Wednesday. As a former mayor of Wasilla and former police chief and mayor of Valdez, Mr. Cottle was a dedicated public servant and a tremendous advocate for local government. Some of us, Mr. Peterson, myself, got to know Bert through the Alaska Municipal League, which was memorable in a very good way. Mr. Cottle, we will miss you. Congratulations to the Alaska Federation of Natives for what appears to have been a very successful annual convention. It was wonderful to have so many visitors in town last week, and as Mr. Trombley noted, not Fairbanks, but here in Anchorage, and I hope everyone was able to attend the craft fair, a session, or a performance. The convention is also a big boost to our local economy. Thank you to the AFN for choosing Anchorage. It was an honor last week to welcome delegates from Chitose, our sister city in Japan. Vice Chair Constant, who is part of our delegation, along with Mr. Dunbar, who was unable to attend the events due to National Guard service. We'll be talking more about those events in his report later. As Mr. Trombley noted, there is an item on the agenda tonight, item 11E, AM 496-2022, that pertains to the Navigation Center Adult Shelter Project on Tudor and Elmore. Per Title VII, Anchorage Municipal Code, this $4.9 million contract amendment for construction requires Assembly approval before it can be awarded. Last month, the administration informed the Assembly that it gave the contractor the green light to start construction, even though Assembly approval had not been given or even requested, which is in violation of municipal code. At that point, the administration halted the project. However, at the last meeting, the administration did erroneously state that the Assembly had pulled back the funding, and I want to clarify, this is not true. The Assembly has not pulled back funding from the Navigation Center Adult Shelter Project. The $9 million is still appropriated, and that includes for the construction and the structure. But just because funds are appropriated, and again, that just means money is set aside for a specific use formally, that does not mean that the funds can be immediately spent, as the municipality has local laws that govern how purchases and contracts must be executed. There is a name that will be laid on the table for the consent agenda that clarifies the Assembly's actions concerning the Navigation Center Adult Shelter Project. It also shows how the administration's claim that if it weren't for the Assembly, the mayor would have opened his Navigation Center Adult Shelter by now, which is false. The reason why the center has not been built yet is because the Assembly has yet to see a thorough plan to see the project through to completion. We're still waiting to see a comprehensive project budget that includes design and construction costs, FFE permits and contingencies, as well as the operating plan. We need a total project cost estimate that gives us confidence. I encourage you all to go to the Assembly's webpage at muni.org/assembly for more information about the Assembly's response to homelessness. The Assembly has set up a Navigation Center update page where we've put all the information we've been able to gather about the project. Thank you to the Assembly's legislative staff, especially Claire Ross, for making this information available. Lastly, we congratulate APD officers Lars Tulip and Brandon Otts, along with K-9 Rylan and K-9 Midas, for taking first place this weekend among approximately 20 entries for the top patrol agency in the nation at the Desert Dog Police K-9 Trial in Scottsdale, Arizona. This is the largest competition specifically designed for police service dogs in the country, and this is the first year APD was invited to compete. The Anchorage Police Department, with the financial support of Dollars for Dogs, was able to send 2 K-9 teams to Arizona to participate in the K-9 trails, and we are very proud of their hard work. As usual, we have a very full agenda tonight. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in these chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, pacing. Please keep any signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please also keep the aisle clear except when lined up to testify. And also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk, Mr. Turner down here for distribution. To all, please stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the individual may be asked to leave. If you are here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the community in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. When you testify, you'll have 3 minutes, except for community council representatives who will have 5 minutes, as well as members representing municipal groups. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during the period of public testimony. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is reserved for the public to speak. Thank you all again for being here tonight. We will now go to committee reports. I will start to my right with Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything to report.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just getting back. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Welcome back. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few updates. I want to encourage people to attend the upcoming Assembly Public Safety Committee meeting on November 2nd at 11 a.m. We'll be having regular updates from the Anchorage Police Department, Fire Department, and the Law Department, including an update on the on body cameras, as well as some discussion around fire prevention revenue and some other general budget topics. I also wanted to give an update, and I'll do some of it, but my colleague, Mr. Rivera, may want to add to it. I just wanted to share that that the newly established Assembly Equity Committee met on October 6th. Members of the public were nominated. New chairs were established. The new chairs of that committee are Thea Agnew-Benben and Reverend Leon May. Mr. Rivera and myself remain as Assembly liaisons. The committee also spent a fair amount of time developing its charter, which is still being developed. It is on a new website that is available through the Muni. And then the next meeting of the Anchorage Equity Committee will be on October 27th at 4 p.m. And members of the Assembly are encouraged to attend. The discussion will involve learning about what's happening around the community through member shares. Also, there will be a discussion about Crisis Now, as well as a discussion about future topics and discussion areas for upcoming meetings. I think that's the only updates I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. First, the Municipal Audit Committee is going to be meeting this Thursday from 1:10 to 2:10 p.m. in room 155, City Hall, first floor, to review the ACFR, that's the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, the federal, state, and local audits required by the federal government. You can find the documents online on the municipality's page for folks interested in reviewing. I also need to ask the clerk to add me as a co-sponsor to 10A Alpha 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Nothing at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Last week, we had a pretty long meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee in which we reviewed a number of items that are before us today. One is surge mechanism for AWW AO 2022-94, code increase for solid waste service, increase rates for solid waste services AO 2022-91, that's the disposal utility, and then the refuse utility AO 2022-92. Then there's a lease agreement between the port and Vertical Bridge AO 2022-86. We had a discussion about Track J, which is a piece of land on the port property buffering between the neighborhood of Government Hill and the port and the J-Bar. Then we had a brief discussion about AR 2022-287, the Port of Alaska basis of design concept, and it's been decided that we'll postpone that item indefinitely and come back to it. And then we had kind of a discussion about the NES 1 design build contract, which is an item on the agenda for us tonight. But we didn't have the document before us, and so I'm not sure what the intent is tonight for that item. And then finally, Ms. LaFrance had mentioned that we had a delegation in from Chitose, so I'll speak on behalf of the Sister Cities Commission briefly. We didn't invite the commission, but we did invite Assembly leadership and Assembly staff to a dinner with the Chitose delegation of Ainu people. And then if you had the opportunity, we followed them over to AFN where they performed on the stage the Kriana night, the second night. The Chitose Ainu are the most recent, you could say the last indigenous people recognized by any government in the world, and it was just 3 years ago. And so they were here as active participants, and it was a really nice time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to give an update from the AMATS Policy Committee that happened last Thursday. Of importance to this body, we discussed the timeline of the 36th Avenue road project. What we learned is that there's currently a State Transportation Improvement Plan Amendment number 5 open for public comment through October 31, 2022, and it proposes to put that project into the STIP. However, it only proposes to put that project in an illustrative manner, meaning no money will be tied to it. There is, DOT expressed that there is a hope that it goes into the 2024 STIP when they bring it forward. So that would go into effect October 1, 2024. And it would start, like all projects start, with design. and the soonest any right-of-way acquisition would be underway would be 2025. And we talked a lot about the word condemnation, and it was explained to us that condemnation is only used in conjunction with an eminent domain process, particularly if negotiations between parties around acquisition of any slice of a parcel owned by someone else fail to come to fruition, then it's a legal court process, and only then would we even start to talk about condemnation. So we have the opportunity with this item to possibly have a work session, and so we'll need feedback from the members if they want more than my report just now, and we can also share the PowerPoint from the AMATS meeting. And if not, then we can forgo the work session and the item will come back before us, hopefully with an updated cover memo that more accurately reflects the information from DOT. My second report is next Wednesday, the Health Policy Committee will meet. I'm very excited about this meeting. I hope you can tune in. We are going to be talking about mental health services and behavioral health services in Anchorage. In particular, we're going to be discussing the mobile crisis team with the fire department, the proposal by the police department for the mobile intervention team, how those two things can work together substantively, as well as have the Mental Health Trust Authority there to talk with us about a hybrid model out of Fairbanks that uses a clinician response and then has various levels where there is sometimes a law enforcement component. Our hope is that that will be a very substantive and fruitful discussion that can lead to budget recommendations by the committee or the committee chairs, co-chairs, before we approve the budget this year. We will also hear from a group on suicide prevention as well, so we wanted to tackle it from the response and prevention side for behavioral health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned in the opening, I was in the National Guard on Friday, and so I missed our most recent budget work session on the proposed 2023 budget, and so my co-chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, will be doing the Budget Committee report. I just want to add briefly to what Ms. Zalatel said about the AMATS discussion on the Golden Lion and the potential for a property taking there. I would urge people to go and listen to those recordings if they can. I took away from that meeting, the discussion with DOT, that their very early sort of conceptual drawings do not involve a significant take of that property, a very small slice for pedestrian facilities essentially. And so again, I would urge people to look to or listen to that AMATS recording, but again, want to reiterate what Ms. Zalatel said. Everything is several years into the future when it comes to that property. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Dunbar mentioned we have been going through the budget process and had our most recent work session or presentation from the administration last Friday, where they completed their presentation of the mayor's proposed 2023 budget, both the operating budget and utility and enterprise budgets, and capital, associated capital budgets as well. And it was a great presentation. We're actually able to end early, and I think looking forward to this budget process hopefully being a little smoother than last year. One issue that really stands out, I think, to Mr. Dunbar and I, as well as Ms. Zalatel, and I'm sure others, is the moving back of the MCT, the Mobile Crisis Team, which folks have gotten really used to and are relying on, back into APD, and really not bringing it to 24/7, even though we appropriated the funds to do so as of July 1. So we'll keep working with the administration. Our hope is to find I would say a compromise, but I don't think that's the right term, because the bulk of this work does belong in AFD, but I think we want to work together and hope to find a solution that we're all satisfied with. In terms of timing, you probably, for the public, have seen that all of the proposed budgets, not just the operating, but capital budgets, utility budgets, et cetera, have been introduced, and we are taking testimony this evening. I believe later in the 14 my sense of what we'll do is probably continue those. The next big thing that happens for the budget is that the Assembly puts forward its amendments. That will happen in a work session on November 10th, and then we should plan to vote on the budget on November 22nd. So with any amendments that are passed at that time. And we're still doing our committee meetings. Those are generally, just for the public's benefit, sort of an update on what's going on with the muni budget, how are revenues looking, how are expenditures looking. Revenues are looking really good. The muni is in a really solid fiscal position, really due to the great work of prior administrations that passed MLMP, the MLMP fail, and have done other things to really invest in our fiscal future. So we are in good shape, and we look forward to talking again about the budget on November 17th at our committee meeting. And that will talk about FY22 and where we are and what needs to happen for the rest of the year. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Volin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee will meet tomorrow, October 26th at noon. This will be held at the Election Center located at 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. On our agenda, we will have a review of a resolution to Title 15 voter registration. Also, we'll discuss potentially providing stamps for mail-in ballots in future elections. Also on our agenda tonight is AO 2022-98. It's being introduced. It's a work session has also been scheduled for November 18th, and a public hearing will be held on November 22nd and continued until our meeting on December 6th. Additionally, the Community and Economic Development Committee will meet Thursday, November 3rd at 11 a.m. That will be a virtual meeting. And on our agenda, we'll be having discussions about airport zoning, reviewing third-party fee reductions, discussing potential code changes to increase housing developments that came out during the Assembly retreat on housing, and also disposal of heritage land bank land. Excuse me. Also, the Legislative Committee will be meeting on November 3rd at 2 p.m. This will also be a virtual meeting. On the agenda is the 2023 legislative program, legislative priorities of Assembly committees, and also plans for Assembly advocacy during the 2023 legislative session. And also, if I could have a moment of personal privilege, Madam Chair. Yes, I was very surprised to hear about the passing of former Mayor Wasilla Bert Cottle. Bert and I served on the AML together on the board for over 7 years. He was the one that actually nominated me to be a member of that board about 8 years ago. So it was sad to hear about Bert's passing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next is the addendum to the agenda, and before we take up the addendum, we will address the laid on the table items. And again, for items that are not supplemental, an affirmative vote of at least 8 members is required. There are 9 laid on the table items tonight, and I want to confirm that the folks on the phone have received those items. Maybe speak up if you haven't. Of those 9, 1 will require a vote of the body. And so I will start by reading the 8 supplemental items into the record, and then we will come back to the 1 item, an unnumbered resolution that again will require a vote in order to be laid on the table. So,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
I'm
Quinn-Davidson.
sorry, point of information. Yeah, thank you so much. Just to let you know, in terms of folks on the phone, I have received over the course of the day a number of laid on the table items. I haven't received, and I don't know if anyone else is on the phone, but I haven't received a list of all of them, and 8 sounds a little high to me based on what I've received. So if the clerk or someone is able to send a list of all the items in a way that is easier to track, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. The clerk's office will send you and Mr. Perez-Verdia a list so that you're able to better follow along. So the first
Thanks so much.
Thank you. The first supplemental item, unnumbered information memorandum, Basher Community Council resolution regarding a proposed homeless navigation center at Tudor and Elmore Roads, Assembly members Dunbar and Peterson. The second supplemental item will be item 10B4A, information memorandum number AIM 197-2022, AR 2022-331, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly respectfully requesting the Alaska Railroad Corporation to deny the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities request for a change of use pertaining to 500 West Hollywood Drive, formerly the To Go Tesoro store, and requiring that the terms of lease number 9999 to be fully honored post haste. Assembly Vice Chair Constant and Assembly Member Voland. I am just confirming with Vice Chair Constant that we have the most current version here. The S version is actually the next item, 10B4B, resolution number AR 2022-331S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly respectfully requesting the Alaska Railroad Corporation to deny the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities request for a change of use pertaining to 500 West Hollywood Drive, formerly the To Go Tesoro store, and requiring that the terms of lease number 9999 be fully honored post haste. Assembly Vice Chair Constant and Assembly Member Voland. The next item will be 11E1, information memorandum number AIM 198-2022, AM 496-2022, amendment for contract with Roger Hickle Contracting for construction manager, general contractor CMGC services for the Navigation Center building for the municipality of Anchorage, Maintenance and Operations Department, Assembly Chair LaFrance and Assembly Vice Chair Constant. The next item will be 11E2, information memorandum number AIM 199-2022, historical information regarding Assembly Memorandum AM 621-2013, related to current agenda item AM 496-2022, Amendment 2 to contract with Roger Hickle Contracting for construction manager, general contractor, CMGC services for the Navigation Center building, Assembly Chair LaFrance. The next item will be 14A4, ordinance number AO 2022-91S1, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 26.80.050 and 26.80.070 to increase rates for the solid waste services disposal utility, accompanied by item 14A5, Assembly Memorandum number AM 628-2022. The next item will be 14B4, ordinance number AO 2022-92S1, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 26.70.060, 26.70.070, 26.70.080, and 26.70.090 to increase rates for the solid waste services refuse collection utility, accompanied by 14B5, Assembly Memorandum number AM 629-2022. The final supplemental item will be 14E2, ordinance number AO 2022-96S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 16.120.040 and 16.120.030 to allow designation of the former Golden Lion Hotel as an emergency shelter and to further clarify the distinction between emergency shelter and homeless and transient shelter. Assembly Vice Chair Constant, accompanied by 14E3, Assembly Memorandum number AM 630-2022. And the final laid on the table item, which will require a motion and a vote, unnumbered resolution number AR 2022 XXX, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting that the administration conduct a use determination and expeditiously identify any impediments to leasing the property located at 1000 East 36th Avenue, formerly known as the Golden Lion Hotel, to a contract operator so that it can be used as housing for low-income households until such time as the property can be brought into operation as a treatment center. Assembly members Rivera and Zalatel. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Rivera to lay the unnumbered resolution on the table. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As members may remember, at last week's Housing and Homelessness Committee, we took a very informal poll, vote, whatever you want to call it, of the committee members present, with the explanation at the time given that there would be a formal resolution for the body to consider at Tuesday's meeting. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get this on the addendum with a quick turnaround between Wednesday and Thursday. That just wasn't possible with the amount of work that needed to go into this 3-page resolution. And as folks know, we are in a bit of a time crunch in order for us to turn on the Golden Lion as housing for it to be helpful for us during this winter season, so that we need less emergency shelter and can put people into the real solution, which is housing. So for all those reasons, I ask my colleagues to consider voting yes on the motion to lay on the table, and then we can get into the actual deliberation on the item if members would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak briefly as to my attempts to try to get this moving as quickly as possible. I had quite a bit of correspondence with Chief of Staff Trombley and didn't really get clear guidance on if there was a request for a member or for the body to weigh in on the use determination until the committee meeting on Wednesday, and then creating a format for that to occur just couldn't be turned around with the new addendum deadline at noon on Thursday. So while we do typically disfavor late on the table items, I want to assure you that we were as expeditious as possible, and every attempt was made to try to get it on the addendum deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, actually seeing Mr. Cross, go ahead.
I guess my question is just to the administration. Are you in the process, or are you already conducting a determination expeditiously to identify the implements to leasing the property located at 1000 East 36th Avenue? Oh, sorry, is that something you're already working on?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera. What rule do you believe has been broken?
Thank you. While I appreciate Mr. Cross's question, I hope that he will ask it later on. Right now, we are just deliberating the item to be laid on the table, so I don't think it's an appropriate question to ask at this time. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So, Mr. Cross, if you could limit your questions to the motion as to whether to lay this item on the table, and then if it is laid on the table, then we will have an opportunity to pull this item from the consent agenda and debate it.
Excellent. If I may respond. In the past, we spent considerable time saying I wanted to know more, but I respect your decision, although that hasn't always been the case, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the unnumbered resolution on the table.
Assemblymember Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Assemblymember Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to lay this item on the table is approved 11-1. Madam Clerk, will this item be 10B5?
Yes, Madam Chair, it'll be 10B5, and the AIM is 11E3.
and this is the AIM, excuse me, concerning the Basher Community Council resolution. That one will be 11E3.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any opposition to the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items? Seeing and hearing no opposition, this motion is approved. The addendum as printed and distributed along with the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. We do not have any appearance requests, so we will go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for a public hearing on a future date. So I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. I will start to my left with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Volan, any items?
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, do you have any items to pull off the consent agenda?
No items for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A1 for reading.
10 Alpha 1 for reading. Anything else?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 10 Echo 1 this evening.
10 Echo 1. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Here I go again. 10A2, 10B4, 10C1, 10D5 and 6, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. 10 Alpha 2, 10 Bravo 4, 10 Charlie 1, 10 Delta 5 and 6. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Cross?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia, any items to pull from the consent agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Solt, any items?
No items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Allard, any items?
No items, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I'll go back through the list. Under the 10As, 10 Alpha 1, Mr. Dunbar, 10 Alpha 2, Mr. Constant. Under 10B, 10 Bravo 4, Mr. Constant. Under 10C, 10 Charlie 1, Mr. Constant. Under 10D, 10 Delta 5 and 6, Mr. Constant. And then the final item, 10E, 10 Echo 1, Ms. Zalatel. Are there any other items members wish to pull? Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items? Seeing and hearing none. Oh, actually, sorry, just checking here in with the clerk on procedure. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the consent agenda, with the exception of the pulled items, has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now go through and take up the 7 items that we pulled from the consent agenda, starting with 10A1. We now have before us resolution number AR 2022-324, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for 2019 through 2021 National Association of Clean Water Agencies Peak Performance Awards. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Dunbar, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Ms. Zelatel, are you reading?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And we have folks here to accept, and Mr. Dunbar is presenting.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for 2019 to 2021 National Association of Clean Water Agencies Peak Performance Awards. Whereas Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility's 3 wastewater treatment facilities were recognized for excellent environmental treatment services beginning 2019 and 2021 and awarded National Association of Clean Water Agencies Peak Performance Awards for outstanding compliance with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Systems and Alaska Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits. And whereas the Asplin facility serves the Anchorage Bowl and received a Gold Award in 2021 for 100% permit compliance and Silver Awards in both 2019 and 2020 for less than 5 violations in the calendar year. And whereas the Eagle River facility serves Anchorage's northern communities and also received a Gold Award in 2021 for 100% compliance for 0 permit violations. And whereas the Girdwood Wastewater Treatment Facilities received Silver Awards in 2019, 2020, and 2021 for having less than 5 violations with its permit. And whereas these outstanding levels of service are only possible with a professional staff at each facility dedicated to operational excellence. And whereas the utility continues to invest to ensure reliable service, safeguard public health, and protect the environment long into the future. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly hereby resolves that the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility is recognized for receiving 7 prestigious Peak Performance Awards for excellence in the delivery of wastewater treatment services to the residents of the municipality of Anchorage and for advancing a new standard of excellence, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of October, 2022. Where are these medals? Is it like the Olympics?
Thank you. I'll be brief. First and foremost, thank you to the members of the Assembly and the administration for the recognition. This is a prestigious award. There's over 10,000 or thousands of publicly owned water treatment facilities, wastewater facilities around the United States, and on an annual basis, less than 500 of them get this award, and we get it regularly at AWWU. And for that, I want to commend the staff at AWU. It's a great organization made up of professional people who are committed and dedicated to their profession. And at the end of the day, this is also our commitment to the community. Our mission statement is to safeguard the public health and the environment by reliable, safe, and clean water and wastewater treatment. And we do this with the dedicated professionals that we have, and this is just a sign of our commitment to the community. So I want to take the moment to give a shout out and thanks to all the professionals that work at the utility. They're a great organization. We appreciate the support from the community, the Assembly, and the administration. And for that, I want to say thank you, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corsentino. Congratulations. We now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2022-330, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Deb Seaton and George G. of Side Street Espresso for their love and commitment of downtown and our community that they poured into every cup of coffee for the past 30 years. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Volin and seconded by Mr. Constant, seeking unanimous consent or approval. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved. And if you all would come forward, please. And anyone else who would like to head on down or over? Mr. Volin, are you reading?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Deb Seaton and George Gee of Side Street Espresso for their love and commitment of downtown and our community that they poured into every cup of coffee for the past 30 years. Whereas, in April 1992, Deb Seaton and George Gee opened Side Street Espresso at 428 G Street, and whereas in November 1996, they moved to 412 G Street and have been located there until they closed their doors on September 30th, 2022. And whereas for the 30 years, Side Street Espresso has provided a daily caffeine boost location for business leaders to compromise and coordinate for the future of our city, for musicians to hone their craft, and for artists to display their work. And whereas a visit to this quaint coffee shop on G Street quickly turned newcomers into repeat customers, into friends, and eventually something that felt like family. And whereas Deb greeted her guest with grace, love, and kindness, her questions about their friends and family revealed that the last time they spoke, she truly listened. And whereas if food provides nourishment, but is also a direct way to communicate that you care, Deb's delicious and hearty soups and Saturday's biscuits and gravy filled and nurtured bellies and hearts with warmth, sustenance, and comfort. And whereas George's daily drawings, known as flutters, took the medium of a whiteboard and dry erase markers to the next level, giving a glimpse into a complex, incredibly generous, social justice-driven, tender-hearted, and hilarious individual. His drawings highlighted and gave insight into the members of our community and their unique talents, skills, and voices. Each morning, these thoughtful musings would either bring a chuckle, intense introspection, or a call to action. And whereas the strength of cities and downtowns comes from their evolving and changing nature, they are never meant to stay the same. But occasionally, there is a shop owner, a customer, or a downtown character who has had such a profound impact that in their absence, the place is forever changed. And whereas, and even though the nature of a city's downtown demands transformation, we mourn this loss, particularly and acutely, like a phantom limb, while celebrating the next journey ahead for Deb and George and all of us. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly shares its gratitude with Deb and George and Side Street Espresso for showing the best of what a downtown can be, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on this 25th day of October 2022.
Say thank you because we feel that way. We are grateful to the Assembly for this recognition of our people, and you are our people. So thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So if anybody's interested, we're throwing a little fete celebration of George and Deb at Snow City Cafe Thursday. I believe it's at 5:30. And so if you want to come, meet us for a special celebration of Deb and George at 5:30 Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to relate two quick anecdotes. So I studied for the bar exam at Side Street Espresso, and I went there to study for the bar exam because there was not internet, so I wouldn't get distracted. And I can't remember if it's Deb or George telling me that everyone studied there had always passed, so no pressure. And second, it was always a delight. My husband works downtown. We would go there and we would get lunch dates in, and that was always just, they were so welcoming, and so be greatly missed, and I just wish you all the best. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And thank you, Deb and George. We now have before us item 10B4, resolution number AR 2022-331, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly imploring the Alaska Railroad Corporation to deny the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities request for a change of use pertaining to 500 West Hollywood Drive, formerly the To Go Tesoro store. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Volan. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Behind the resolution, there's an AIM that appended the the Government Held Community Council's resolution relating to this question. The Department of Transportation violated their lease by creating a climate in which the closure of the Tesoro became necessary because the operator couldn't get the terms that they wanted, which leaves the neighborhood as a food desert. And the Department of Transportation is asking the railroad to relinquish that term of their lease, and the neighborhood has asked for us to support their claim that the lease should be held. I ask your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion?
I have one question.
Should I go? Mr. Volan?
Thank you. You know, I just think that this gets to making sure that when transportation projects are done in the municipality, they need to reflect the values and the will and the priorities of our community. And they need to consider land use. They need to consider equity. They need to consider access to food and quality of life. And, you know, my personal feeling is that if ADOT and PF did not have the intention to honor what was specified in the lease, to use the leased premises for no other purpose other than gas station convenience store, then they never should have entered into that lease in 2014. That lease is, as it stands now, extends to 2040. That neighborhood, there are some high-density apartment complexes there, and there's not a lot of resources to access food unless you have the ability to drive, if you have a car. So folks who don't have that ability, it creates an extra burden on them. And so that's, I think, the issue that we run into when land use is so often siloed from transportation. With that, I would just, I would ask for the body's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Constant?
This is a technical question for the clerk. I don't know if Ms. Jones is still here, but, or Mr. Gates. My question is, for transmittal of this, should it pass, can we update a version for transmission that doesn't include the markup?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, so this is an S version with some changes, amendments. I'm wondering if there's any problem with finalizing a version that doesn't have the markup, just the final changes for submission and transmission to the state and the railroad.
You mean the S version instead of the S version of the original, which has no markup?
No.
The original resolution 331?
What I mean is, can we accept the changes, if you will, of the S version into a final version that is submitted without the markup?
Oh, yes, as I understand, that's often done as a presentation copy after amendments are approved.
Thank you.
And I would defer to the clerk, actually.
And I think the knower of all things is not in the room, so I'm going to assume that the answer is yes, similar to our resolutions for reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe for Mr. Volan or Mr. Constant. So clarification, maybe a question. So am I to understand the building's no longer occupied, the tenant was evicted, the plan is to tear down the building, demolish it? Maybe, we don't know. Should this be stopped, will the tenant go back in, or will it revert to, will still maintain the use as a convenience store gas station?
Mr. Constant?
So it's no longer a gas station. The gas station was removed many years ago and cleaned up. And so it operated for years as a store. The DOT's position is that the store left. They wanted out of their lease, but the case isn't like that. It's the lease terms were made such that they couldn't justify staying. And so the argument is they have no plan for that building. They've put up chain link and jersey barriers, cement jersey barriers, and they say maybe we'll get to it someday. So the first thing you see when you drive into the neighborhood is a scar, and the move would be, and the hope and the desire of the neighborhood is to find an alternative vendor to go back into that site, because the lease says it shall be operated as a convenience store, not as an empty lot that's deteriorating. And so, but the railroad has asked for, DOT has asked the railroad to relinquish that term in their lease, and the neighborhood has asked that DOT be held to the term that they signed to. And so really, we don't know the answer to that question in specific, but there are some conversations about alternative tenants.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-331S.
Assemblymember Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Assemblymember Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10B4 is approved 11-1. We now have before us item 10C1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 612-2022, recommendation of award of a non-encumbering contract with Alaska Pro Truckers, Inc. for snow hauling services on an as-needed basis for the Municipality of Anchorage Public Works Department. Street Maintenance Department, $1,830,600. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. After an email yesterday, we received a flurry of communications back and forth between the various parties. We have seen a previous determination by the Ethics Board that states if the contractor wishes to come back and conduct business for the municipality, ethics review is in order, and also the submission of a notice to, I forget the exact name of the document, to submit for a potential contract. And we did find that that record was filed in a timely manner. It's on file with the clerk's office. And mostly it's a non-issue, but there are some kind of very fine questions, I think, that remain and probably we should talk about a little bit. The Ethics Board is backed up for a long time, can't get before them. If you have a determination you need, which slows down the process of getting these contracts awarded, I understand the offer is the second offer, but the first offer decided to rescind their bid, and so it fell to the second, and the And just so I'll put it in the record, it's Mr. Zapay, who's the Solid Waste Service Director. The question that we couldn't quite get to the fine point answer, we recognized in our conversations that maintenance and operations is going to implement this contract. And so it won't be under the control of the Solid Waste Service Director to direct this contract. The one question that was asked by council that we didn't quite get an answer to was, would M&O or would the contractor provide the snow removal service for the solid waste facilities? And so that was a fine, nuanced question that we couldn't quite get the answer to. And so
Is that me?
I don't know, someone, Mr. Wilbur's coming up.
I'm getting nods, so I was going to say, Mr. Wilbur, our Community Economic Development Director is here to answer any questions relating to this contract.
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Constant. So typically SWS, Solid Waste Services, they do hire contractors if they have on-site, but if they need our help, they will call us and we will go help them with a parking lot depending on the amount of snow. The only time that SWS would relate to street maintenance is sometimes they deposit snow from their site onto our snow dump sites. But that's basically the only connection that we would have with them. And as you stated earlier, the contract itself is directed by our street maintenance superintendent.
Any follow-up, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing is that the contractor who's awarded will be removing snow from solid waste services.
It's possible, but generally they use a contractor on their site. I mean, typically the only place we would remove the snow would be at the transfer station.
When you say we, you mean the contractor under award here?
I mean the street maintenance.
Right, and so, again, again, I don't believe there's a conflict here, but the fine layer question is, if the contract is awarded to the proposed bidder, and the bidder is the director of a department, set of facilities,
correct,
will this contract be used to clear those facilities?
I don't believe it would be on their site. It would be on the access to their sites. Mm-hmm. And if their contractor wants to haul the snow to a municipal site, we would allow them to do that.
And when you say their contractor, do you mean
solid waste?
They have their own snow contracts?
I have to verify that with Mr. Zapay, but yeah.
Okay, that's the only area that was gray that we couldn't quite suss out. But otherwise, generally speaking, recognizing that M&O has the contract, to me it seems reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. There are 3 members in the queue. First is Mr. Solt, then Ms. Zolotel, and then Ms. Allard. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Wilbur, you might be able to answer this. I was under the impression that this did go before the Ethics Board and was approved.
I would have to yield to the...
Or Ms. Domboski.
To Ms. Christensen, but yes, I believe you are correct.
Ms. Christensen?
Go ahead,
Through the
Ms.
chair, Mr.
Christensen.
Solt. Yes, it did go through the Ethics Board, and they did not find a conflict.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we have these non-encumbering contracts come before us, I'm very curious, because they don't have a fund certification, and I understand because we're not encumbering the money now, but where is the money to pay this contract as it's needed proposed to come from?
Through the chair, good question. So annually in 2022 and a continuation 23, the operating budget that's approved by the Assembly includes dollars in there for snow hauling, and that's where we receive these funds.
And that's within maintenance and operations?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 612-2022.
Assemblymember Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Perez Verdia. Assemblymember Perez Verdia.
Yes, I vote yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And then Ms. Allard.
Yes.
Item 10C1 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D5.
So, Madam Chair, I would ask to change the order of the day to take this item up after 11E.
Second. A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to take up item 10D5 after 11E. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant, on your motion to change the order of the day?
That's it.
Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 10D5 after item 11E.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Allard?
I apologize for not getting in queue. Can the mover of this explain why?
Actually, we already started to
Okay,
vote.
thank you.
So, thank you.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day is approved 10-2. We now have before us item 10D6, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 621-2022, recommendation of award to Manson Construction Company, Inc. to provide design build services for the Port of Alaska North Extension Stabilization Step 1 for the Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska Modernization Program, $97,515,500. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to the meeting of November 9th.
Second. A motion to postpone this item to the meeting of November 9th has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yes, thank you. At the committee meeting on Thursday last week, we had a brief presentation on this item. We were told it's important to pass, but we weren't provided with documents, and we were told it was probably going to be introduced on the addendum or laid on the table. And we were also told that really the deadline is the month of November because they have to spend 3 weeks in December negotiating contract terms with the vendor should it be approved. And so I am asking the body to give us opportunity for another work session specifically on these expenses so that we can understand where we are without having it be rushed at the last minute without the documents before us because we just received them. It's a pretty big expenditure.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. And I had also asked at the work session, so I'm going to renew that request now, that beyond just a fund certification, my understanding is there is a lot of grant money in here, that it actually be indicated, because this is a large expenditure, and kind of how we plan to finance that expenditure. We want to be really transparent and clear about how we're coming about a $97 million amount of money to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, my question is just to the administration. My understanding that this matter was time sensitive. Does this delay create any complications, an additional work session, anything we should be aware of?
Ms. Demboski?
Thank you. Through the chair, the port director, Steve Rebuffo, is on the phone. Steve, did you hear the question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yep, we hear you.
Hi, Steve Rebuffo, Port Director. Also in the audience are David Ames from Jacobs and John Daly from the port staff. But when we touched on this item and discussed it at the last Enterprise Utility Committee meeting, we did in fact say that we could, as long as we get this done by the end of November, we will be able to get the contract in place in time to stay on schedule for next construction season. So this is not a bad delay. I appreciate the reason for it,
and I think we can handle, we can provide to the Assembly everything they want to hear in order to be confident that we can move ahead with this.
Any follow-up, Mr. Cross?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Mr. Rebuffo. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10D6 to the meeting of November 9.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D6 to the meeting of November 9 is approved 10-2. We now have before us item 10E1, resolution number AR 2022-329, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating not to exceed $150,000 previously appropriated to the Office of Equity and Justice to the Anchorage Health Department for technical assistance, all within the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund. What is the will of the body? Ms. Zelatel?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion has been made to approve by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Volan. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's an amendment, amendment number 1. I move Zelatel amendment number 1.
Second.
Ms. Zelatel has moved Zelatel Amendment 1. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the intention here is to take the funding from the Office of Equity and Justice, move it into the Anchorage Health Department for purposes of technical assistance. And what we want to do is make that available as other professional services. The idea here is to give the health department a resource to address some of these issues we've heard about the administration of the alcohol tax, not knowing about it by a lot of community groups, the concerns we've heard about how difficult it is to access, the tight turnarounds, and then the reporting requirements. So that amendment puts it into other professional services instead of as AHD staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Zelatel Amendment number 1.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Zelatel Amendment number 1 is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, and I apologize for this, but I have a floor amendment. So on line 14, under section 1, after the fund amount, and it says to be used, insert the word only, keep the word for there, and then insert the word equity, technical assistance.
Second.
Ms. Zelatel, would you repeat that again? So do I have it correctly, to be only used for equity technical assistance?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zelatel, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Really briefly, the intention here is, again, just like I spoke earlier, is to make sure we're getting out into the community, but we really do want to make sure that that community outreach is done in an equitable way. What we've heard from some smaller organizations in particular is that they're not hearing about the opportunities to apply for this funding. You know, we have this opportunity. We have found ourselves in a situation where the administration of these funds isn't quite working. So if we do this with a lens towards equity, I think we will have a better result. And so this is our chance. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear. I got no problem transferring the funds. I didn't think under the alcohol beverage sales tax funds, we could fund the equity justice. I thought it was for specific things, if I remember. Is this being driven because we're refunding it, or did we make a mistake and we're trying to make sure the money goes back where it needs to go?
May I? Thank you, Madam Chair. You're correct, Mr. Cross. We removed the Office of Equity and Justice funding from the alcohol tax. However, what is allowed under the alcohol tax is assistance on how to access the alcohol tax. And this is to make sure that that process is equitable for community organizations who wish to access the funding.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that we made a mistake there and that we're fixing it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Volan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we did have some feedback. There were some providers that they sent out a survey, and one of the things that we heard was that it was particularly hard for these smaller nonprofits, community groups to, they don't have the resources, they don't have grant writers, and they weren't receiving notifications and didn't have the resources to be able to apply for these opportunities through the alcohol tax. And I also think, I think we as a body have some confusion about when are these grants being paid out. And that was sort of discussed at our most recent Budget and Finance Committee, that potentially organizations who were awarded in November of 2021 or April of 2022, they were just now receiving some form of payment, or those funds hadn't been paid out, or maybe we were waiting on an invoice. So there's a lot of, I think, work that needs to be done to further unpack how the alcohol tax funds can be paid out in a more timely, efficient manner, and how we can support this vital work in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. And Ms. Zalatel, would you just confirm that the amendment is correctly worded? Okay, great. On the screen there. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Ms. Zalatel's floor amendment on line 14, so that it reads to be used only for equity, and then technical assistance on line 15.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The floor amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-329 as amended.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10E1 is approved 12-0. That concludes the consent agenda. We will go ahead and take a 20-minute break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will now take up the unfinished business and unfinished actions on public hearing items. We now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 554-2022, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointment. Action was postponed from the meeting of October 11, 2022 to permit a 10-day public comment period. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel. It has been seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 554-2022.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11A is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 555-2022, Planning and Zoning Commission appointments. Action was postponed from the meeting of October 11, 2022 to permit a 10-day public comment period. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 555-2022.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11B is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11C. Okay. Resolution number AR 2022-287, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving changes to the 2021 basis of design concept submitted and recommended by the Port of Alaska Modernization Program and Design Advisory Board that will govern ongoing design efforts for the Port of Alaska general purpose cargo terminals. Action was postponed from the meeting of September 27, 2022. There is no motion pending. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The motion I would like to make is to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone AR 2022-287 indefinitely. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The various parties are still working out the details, and this item will come back before us reintroduced.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I understand that the motion to postpone this item indefinitely is at the request of the administration. Ms. Demboski, would you like to add anything?
No, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to come back with an updated version.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AR 2022-287 indefinitely.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone indefinitely, item 11C, is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11D, ordinance number AO 2022-86, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease between the Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska, and VBBTS LLC, vertical bridge of municipal property.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of October 11, 2022. Action was postponed from that meeting. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-86.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11D is approved 12-0. I will read the next item into the record, and then I will go to Ms. Zalatel for a potential conflict disclosure. We now have before us item 11E, 11E, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 496-2022, Amendment 2 to contract with Roger Hickle Contracting for Construction Manager General Contractor Services for the Navigation Center building. Action was postponed from the meeting of September 13, 2022. There is no motion pending. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like on other items, I've been asked to make new disclosures with more detail. I'm going to go ahead and make my disclosure, and then if we want to address the questions afterwards, I'm okay with that. So in my role as Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, the coalition participated in making and publicizing recommendations of the Emergency Shelter Task Force that the Assembly asked the coalition to convene. The task force was made up of over 30 members from service organizations, providers, the Anchorage Health Department, and the public, and the decisions of the task force were reached by consensus. The task force recently provided a comparison of the proposed navigation center to another facility for sale. Additionally, at prior meetings of the Anchorage Assembly, the Anchorage Coalition has provided information about navigation centers and low barrier shelters. At no time has the coalition taken a position on the facility at Tudor and Elmore, but instead provided subject matter information on what constitutes best practices for both navigation and shelter. The coalition is not a service provider and will not benefit financially with regard to this item. The coalition will provide subject matter expertise and technical assistance on whatever designated use of any facility or service is approved as part of the homelessness prevention and response system. Any approved appropriation this evening, should it come to be a service delivery point, will become a part of the homelessness prevention and response system. It is up to the body to determine whether or not I have a substantial personal interest imputed via my employment at the coalition in the outcome of this item. I do not believe I have a substantial personal or financial interest due to my employment at the coalition. I ask the body to vote on whether I have a conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I will go ahead and go through the questions, and then after that I will ask the body for a motion. And the questions are to determine if Member Zalatel has a substantial financial or private interest in this item, AM 496-2022, that is now before the Assembly. Ms. Zalatel, is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
Yes. Well, I mean, there is no financial or private interest, so no.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known, or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
Conjectural and dependent.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which you or your household belongs?
I have no idea. I've explained what the interests are in my disclosure. I don't think that question makes a lot of sense.
Are there other factors that may be deemed appropriate by the chair of the body under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of this action, of the action?
I think I've already provided those specifics in my initial disclosure.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and I want to note that we've had a lot of conversation, like at the Rules Committee meeting and other, I think, ethics and elections on the questions, and that they are confusing, and to help the body determine if Ms. Zalatel has a financial or private interest. That is why she provided the narrative in the beginning, because these questions they're confusing and not always clarifying in the way that they're supposed to be, and they're being reworked. With that, I would ask for a motion from the body. Mr. Constant?
Okay, so then I would make the motion that Ms. Zalatel does not have a conflict.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant that Ms. Zalatel does not have a substantial financial or private interest in this matter before the Assembly. It has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion?
Just, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
More again to the specific point that we belabored at the last meeting, that we've been far too overbroad in our determination that folks have conflicts. These should be specific.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair, is this going to a vote?
Yes, Ms. Allard, there is a
Thank you.
motion before the body. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion that Ms. Zalatel does not have a substantial financial or private interest in this item before the Assembly.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Can you please describe what a yes and a no vote would mean, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, so an affirmative vote means no conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
And I want to note that Ms. Zalatel is recused from this vote. The motion passes 10-1. The body has determined that Ms. Zalatel does not have a substantial financial or private interest in this item, AM 496-2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Cross and seconded by Ms. Allard.
Okay.
Mr. Cross, do you want to speak to your motion?
Sure. All right, so Navigation Center. Are we going to fund it or are we going to let this die? I mean, that's ultimately what this comes down to. Are we going to proceed down the road that we approved a $800,000 design on and approved a $9 million appropriation for, and that we all sat here and said that we needed, that we have statements from the Salvation Army who've been working at Centennial saying how critical it is that we have a navigation center, that we all swore and high-fived each other how bad we need it, and now when it comes time to pay our contractors, are we going to pay them? I think, one, we desperately need a navigation center, if you listen to the service providers. I've been to the construction site. I've seen what they're doing. Did the administration make a mistake in approving the work prior to coming to the Assembly? Yes. Do we punish Anchorage and the homeless because of it? No. Are we perfect with the way we applied money? Well, we just had to correct $150,000 that the Assembly accidentally reappropriated to a wrong department and that they couldn't do with alcohol tax. We had to back up and change that. So we are not without our own faults. And I think that anybody who does not want to fund the Navigation Center at this point, who doesn't want to pay our contractor for the work and wrap this thing up so we have a functioning Navigation Center that's in the benefit of Anchorage at this time, I think it's very unfortunate. I think it would be, we could have taken that $5+ million and put it into a pile and lit it on fire, and at least the homeless people would have been warm from the money. We would have less to show for it. So I say let's wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am not able to vote yes right now on this. There are still far too many unknowns. What are those, you ask? Let me tell you. And I guess before I get into that, I will say I considered doing a presentation, but I wanted to spare you all from me having another presentation, so you're welcome. Okay, so getting into it. how we got to the predicament we are in with the appropriation, that is an unknown that I think we need to sort. How are we following the project controls outlined in the contract? How are we going to pay for future costs, which if you include the remainder of the capital as far as we know it, and operating for year one is at $14 million. So how are we going to pay for those additional $14 million that would be coming down the pipeline? Written out operations plans for both the Navigation Center and the Low Barrier Shelter. The administration did a great job presenting a slideshow, but we have yet to see written out operations plans. And I want to see the MOA take the leadership to attend communities of practice and engage with local experts on this. And I want the administration to reaffirm the quote-unquote firm written commitment, that's one of the things that we know we need, that was put out by the mayor, I believe it was in June, on substance misuse treatment to include all possible options, including the former Golden Lion. So I think we're at a point where words just aren't going to be enough for me to get me to a yes. I think I personally need to see action from the administration to get me to a yes. Also, we saw a possibly viable alternative be put forward to policymakers with the Arctic Recreation Center that could include possible future investments in housing. So I'm going to close with that. If we're going to spend millions of dollars, we should make sure that the investments include the possibility for the real solution here, which is housing. So I want to hear from my colleagues, but I'd like to see if we can postpone action on this just a little bit longer so we can see the administration take action on what I've outlined, do some of the due diligence on the Arctic Recreation Center as a possible viable alternative, give us time to consider bringing on an independent third party to review the project controls and contract issues, and get a better sense of who we owe money to at this point and the exact dollar figures so we can pay our contractors, because I think it's incumbent for us to keep our word to the contractor and subcontractors despite the circumstances. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Ms. Allard, then Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've known this all along. I pretty much said it over and over that this will never go through based on it would actually help solve the homeless issue with our most vulnerable, and it would also give the mayor a win. My question is that we passed as a body, not me, I didn't vote for it, $12 million to the Rasmussen Foundation with no plan, zero. In fact, we've passed a whole bunch of stuff on this body to include the Alaska Club, no plan with the Golden Lion, no plan with the guest house. I haven't seen them. Not the big pamphlet that the mayor had set out for all of us to read. And then we seem to pass everything unless it's going to work. So I think that the mayor's plan would work. And as far as putting a plan together with the Navigation Center, I've been on the body for 3 years. We've been through, you're our third mayor, and not one administration that I know of prior to you, even in the Sullivan administration, has come up with a thorough plan of what we're going to do. And you've come up with the best plan, Mr. Mayor, by hands down. But this body, well, I won't speak to this body, that's speaking to motive. I have a sneaky feeling that individuals that I work with will absolutely never, ever allow you to move forward with the Navigation Center. So, in saying that, I would like to ask a question to Ms. Christensen. In regards to the legalities, the Hickle construction, and if you could explain a little bit how the administration is or isn't breaking code, and just your legal opinion, please, if you could provide.
Through the chair to Ms. Allard. When you say breaking code, are we specifically talking about Title VII?
I'm specifically talking about the Hickle construction being able to move forward with, yes, with being able to do construction.
So it's my understanding, and maybe Ms. Domboski wants to speak to this, but we will not be moving forward on construction unless the Assembly approves the contract.
Let me rephrase that. Maybe Mr. Dobosky can answer this. Breaking ground?
So with respect to the project at Tudor and Elmore, I have given staff direction, and in fact, the Director of Maintenance Operations has issued a suspension of work order. There will be zero construction, nothing done on this site unless the Assembly approves this contract. I want to just reiterate a couple of things. The first thing is the Assembly, or the municipality and the contractor have both been operating in good faith based on no less than 3 Assembly actions that appropriated to the tune of $9 million towards this project. It was our intent. We thought we were collaboratively working with the Assembly through the facilitation group, and you know, that we are where we are, but we will not move forward without the Assembly approving a contract. Know that the facility that has, through the Alaska Community Foundation, that was purchased in collaboration between the member who represents the Assembly, myself, and the Rasmussen Foundation, agreed upon that structure is in the lower 48. It's going to cost about $200,000 to ship it up here, and we are incurring monthly fees for storage and of materials and that facility of about $20,000 a month. All those costs are being incurred. It is my expectation that, and it's not a threat, it's reality. We've already received 2 demand letters from Roger Hickel Construction, meaning litigation is inevitable if it's not approved. Whatever that amount is, the Assembly wants to dictate. If they don't approve it, well, you know, Roger Hickel Construction, my expectation is they're going to move forward to recoup their costs. So, I mean, it's just where we are today, but to your point, Ms. Allard, no, we're not going to do anything on that site. It's going to stay the way it is until such time we have the appropriation and the contract approval from the Assembly to move forward.
Thank you. Just one last comment, Madam Chair, if I may. Let me get my thoughts together. Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving it all that you could possibly give. It is very obvious to me that some of my colleagues that I work with, I'm not saying anybody here on the Assembly, but that would be speaking to motive, that they are not necessarily interested in solving the homeless issue, more of shoving them away instead of getting them the help that they need. And I applaud you for doing all your efforts. And about a month ago, I was on public record in a work session stating to your staff, just get out of the way. Get out of the homeless business and let the Assembly do the work. And here's the bottom line. They will fail. Let them fail. You did everything you could, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Next is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few comments before we move to vote. First, this is not about politics. This is about planning. This is about effectively communicating and planning with the public, with the Assembly, and that simply has not been done. There's no operations plan for the Navigation Center or the shelter. There's no engagement with the community, the expertise within the communities of practice. There's no engagement with local or national experts to really make sure that we're doing this project correctly. There is no plan to mitigate impact on the surrounding area for where this is being proposed. There's no plan to think about transportation. There's no indication that we have done the work to make sure that we're ensuring that this project is an effective use of resources. We did do quite a bit of planning for things like the downtown Nat-Nav Center, which went through a pretty comprehensive process, or the Sockeye Inn, which went through a pretty extensive planning process. So we as a city know how to do this. It just has not been done. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote no on this. I do have a question, and I suppose that this is for, I would probably put it to Mr. Gates first, and then if the administration has a question or has a response to this. I'm curious how we how we make this contractor whole without allocating the remainder of the funds, and what that process would require.
Well, that's a really complicated question, actually. I can only speculate. I think that you would start with understanding how much that they've already incurred in costs with the work that's already been done, as opposed to the total 4.9 million. If you can quantify that, then you have a starting point. But I would really need to think about this some more.
Thank you. And just a question for Ms. Demboski. Do we have a current balance that we owe that we can be aware of, so that if we needed to make this contractor whole, yet not expend any additional resources, is that number available?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, yes. So the number, and I can look it up on my computer because I have it here in just a second, but off the top of my head, it's in the neighborhood of 3.5 million. I think the number is actually 3.21 something, but the reason I say 3.5 million is you have to remember this facility, this building is in the lower 48, and in order for us to get it here, it's going to take $200,000 to ship it. Not to mention, there's other things that we have to think about. If the Assembly is deciding not to move forward on this project at all, there's going to be a cost associated with this lot no matter what. So that is a potential breakdown of the potential materials and everything that's being stored on the lot, making the lot safe. And so there would be some construction costs relating to demobbing the site completely, or if this is going to be used for a different purpose, then we would need to know that. So I don't want you to think just because you pay the bills that are due now, which again, I would put around the $3.5 million range, that there's not additional costs that are going to have to be incurred simply to finish out the site, however it's finished out. But I do, Roger, as I said, this contractor has sent us not one but two letters already itemizing and telling us, you know, this is how much we think you owe us and this is how much the project would be if you were to move forward. And so I think, I mean, the reality is we're at that 3.5 mark right now. If the Assembly were to make an amendment to this and say 3.5 million, that would effectively pay the bills and it would not give us any additional money to move forward with any sort of alternate plan.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just one final comment before I'm done.
Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, just two pieces before I end. One is that the costs were incurred without approval from the Assembly, and then the second is that if this project does not go forward, from my perspective, that is because the administration has refused to engage with the Assembly and the public and develop a comprehensive plan for how this is going to work. That's all that all of us have ever asked for, and that is just simply something that has continued to not happen. So I think it would be a shame if this project didn't go forward. I think we need something like this, whether it looks like this or whether it's in this location. We need more shelter, and we certainly do need a navigation center. I just wish, and I've said this many times, I wish we could sit down and develop a plan and bring the folks in who need to be there and move forward. But that seems to not happen time and time again. So with that, I'm going to be a no vote and hope that the circumstances change and we can have a better plan moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes. Ms. LaFrance, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to agree with my colleagues who have said we do need the Navigation Center, emergency shelter, and frankly, I've been optimistic all along that we can figure out a way to move forward. That's why I voted yes to move forward with it. I want to note that in regards to money that was appropriated to the Rasmussen in regards to the funding for hotel purchases, that's not an apples to apples comparison. The costs for a hotel purchase are definitive with little to no risk that the cost will be higher compared to a construction project. Once that signed purchase agreement for the hotel is in place, and also there was extreme due diligence that went into verifying the needed renovations for those properties, and that was for much lower costs as well. And there were also boundaries set by that group as to what was an acceptable cost, and if renovation costs were not within that acceptable range, the deal was stopped. So again, that's not a useful comparison. I want to start by looking at how we got here and drawing attention to the aim that was submitted that was laid on the table that contains a navigation center adult shelter timeline as of October 18, 2022, and it includes references to assembly actions and documents that were approved. And just a reminder, when the mayor first proposed the Navigation Center adult shelter project in July 2021, it was for a 1,000 person facility with a cost of around $22 million or so to build, maybe 25. A massive facility of this size isn't aligned with best practices for delivering services to homeless persons experiencing homeless, it's also not aligned with the municipality's policy of dispersing those services that the Assembly adopted in 2018. It also came with a steep price tag for construction, and it also included an estimated operations cost of about $12 million per year. The facilitated process resulted in a plan that included a navigation center shelter for 150 people. And again, if you look at the timeline, you can see that the Assembly has voted in support for nearly all of the mayor's requests for this project. We've appropriated about, I think, $9 million for this project. We formally set aside those funds. That doesn't mean there aren't rules governing how those funds must be spent. Again, I voted in support of that appropriation because our community needs more emergency shelter and navigation services. But as I said at the time, my support was tenuous because we didn't get firm numbers or a firm plan, but I wanted to give the mayor a chance to continue developing the case for the project. And I also knew, or I thought, the approval of the construction contract would come back to the Assembly before a big chunk of funds would be spent. But it didn't come back to the Assembly because the administration did not follow the code. And now, as a result, the muni may be at risk of litigation. So here we are with very little new information about the project. I mean, what we've received so far, in that binder that was initially shared, there were only about 3 pages of information, or 6 pages really. Mostly it was boilerplate documents. We received an email update from the muni manager in August that was sent to the chair of the Housing and Homeless Committee, as the administration was not in attendance at that meeting. And then we received on October 7 responses to Assembly questions. So again, we've not received a project document, a project plan, cost estimates, detailed budgets, permitting status, public outreach plan, operating plan. We've not received any cohesive information. Best practices would dictate that. And what frustrates me about this is that this was an opportunity to demonstrate best practice. It was an opportunity to build more support for this project, and I really feel like it has been squandered. And our community needs this. That's what is so frustrating about this whole experience, is we need emergency shelter and navigation services, but I can't support moving forward with this project as it has been placed before us. And to those of you who claim that the Assembly has delayed this project, what I know for certain is that if the mayor had given the Assembly the information that is needed, that is best practice, that is typically provided for these kinds of projects, I am confident that this Navigation Center adult shelter could have been built months ago. The Assembly never pulled back the $9 million. Again, the administration failed to follow the rules for spending this public money. So I'm disappointed in this outcome. I asked you all in the administration to make it easy for me to vote yes again, as I have voted yes before for this project, but the only way I can vote on this responsibly is no. It's not impossible to get Assembly support for this project in my view, but it's going to take some work. And as I said last week, I do highly recommend that if the administration wants to move this project through to fruition, that you hire a project manager, create the project documents and plans, set up a project website, start providing weekly updates to the public and the Assembly. There is also the other issue of what to do with the invoices for the unauthorized work that the contractor did. Whatever that resolution will be, it certainly does not involve approving this contract amendment before us tonight. I am willing to consider postponing it, and we'll wait to hear from my colleagues and see if there is a motion to postpone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Start with a question for Mr. Trombley. It was a question that Mr. Cross tried to ask, and I apologize, he's in the queue, he might be in the queue to ask this. We passed a document on the consent agenda, which I sort of had hoped that we were going to pull and discuss, but unfortunately it didn't get discussed, regarding the use designation. And so I want to make sure, first of all, you've had a chance to read that document about the use designation at the Golden Lion for housing, and if it provides sufficient guidance to go forward. I mean, we talked about this at a work session last week. I'm sorry, a Housing and Homelessness Committee last week. And so could you comment on that document we passed on the consent agenda?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, yes, I've read it, and Mr. Whitfield is on the line to address specific items in regards to the resolution.
Okay, can we hear from Mr. Whitfield? Are you online?
Yes, Dave Whitfield, Planning Department.
So the intent of the Assembly, which has been stated a couple times, is to use the Golden Lion for housing. There was some confusion about what the use determination might be, and the administration requested guidance from the Assembly, which we passed tonight on the consent agenda. Was that sufficient, and at what point will the use designation, do you anticipate the use designation to come down to allow the Golden Lion to go forward as housing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I have had the opportunity to review the resolution. The amount of information provided in the resolution is sufficient to start research in determining the use type. As is typical with most use determinations, questions will be probably needed, and I think the resolution provides us with direction on who to go to in that case. So we will work diligently to get it done by the anticipated deadline. It is short, but understanding the importance of the determination, we'll do our best to meet the deadline.
Thank you, and I believe it was the informal decision of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, or the people that were present, that it go forward as a rooming house. Looking at the resolution that was passed, do you anticipate that as the most likely outcome of your process?
I think the resolution says that we're looking to establish a use similar to the guest house. I believe the guest house was determined to be a rooming house, so if that's the case, then it's likely to be determined to be a rooming house.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. So if I could comment further, Madam Chair, I hope that process continues to go forward, and if Mr. Rivera or whomever makes a motion to postpone this tonight, then perhaps it will be a sign of good faith from the Assembly, or I'm sorry, from the administration. But you know, I voted against this item. I voted against it a number of times. I tried to amend it to get the number of Beds shrunk from 1,000 to 450 to 330 to 200, and that's eventually where we landed. I voted against it basically every step of the way. It passed very narrowly in April with certain requirements of a good faith effort by the mayor. In the summer, when it was clear that that good faith effort was not happening, I stated on the record here that if I were a contractor, I would not bid on this because this money will not be available because the administration is not following the ordinance as it was passed. And here we are. Ultimately, this might be a sad outcome tonight. It's been a very sad process. We passed in May of 2021 a plan that would have allowed us to responsibly close or come close to closing the Sullivan Arena using a mixture of housing, treatment, and shelter. It all could have been done more affordably than this item, which is ballooning to $15 million all in. It is an incredibly expensive project, and it is only going to get more so. I do not believe it is fiscally responsible to pass this. And I'll note again that we had put down honest money on a facility. It was $5.4 million. The mayor rejected that facility. We've been scrambling ever since. And we still have a hotel that we own, though, that's been sitting empty, except for a brief period it was used by WICA to do for-profit monoclonal antibodies. It's been sitting empty for a year. And in the meantime, we've had an absolute humanitarian catastrophe at Centennial Park. And now we're back again in the Sullivan. And all of this happening while we had that hotel sitting empty. So it's a sad, perhaps, end to a sad and wasteful saga caused by this mayor and his irresponsible actions more than a year ago that have been perpetuated for the last year. I voted against this in April, and I'll vote against it now. It is not the fiscally responsible thing to do. I hope we can move forward with more fiscally responsible ways to help people who are vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And Mr. Trombley, did you want to speak on behalf of the mayor?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I would actually ask Mr. Whitfield to finish his thought because there's also the change of use that still needs to happen as well as a non-conforming determination. So I'd ask him to speak to that as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Trombley. To Mr. Dunbar, the resolution spoke to an evaluation of non-conforming rights or non-conformities in Title 21 and Title 23. So running concurrent with the use determination will require a non-conforming determination to evaluate any non-conforming rights or non-conformities that exist to Title 21. However, we can't address, the planning department cannot address any non-conformities to Title 23. That will need to be directed to Development Services. With respect to the change of use permit, that will be required in the event that the use determination comes up with a use type that is different from hotel motel. The process for doing that is to a certain extent simple, but it will take a little bit of time, a week to 2 weeks, I anticipate. So thank you, Mr. Trombley, for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and we will do everything in our power to get this determination done just as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Thank you, Mr. Trombley. I'll go through the queue. Mr. Cross, I'll come back to you after members who haven't yet have spoken. So next is Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will say this is unfortunate because I think Anchorage does really need a navigation center as well as an emergency mass shelter for things such as cold weather emergencies. And at the rate we're going, we won't get there by next winter. I do find it interesting on the timeline that was provided to us as I was new to the assembly that in April or June of 21, the cost estimate was $15 million and we moved forward. And now we're shocked that it's $15 million, which sounds like pretty good estimating back in the day. And again, with all projects, so for those who have executed projects, you start off with a P10. You don't really have a very good estimate. And then as you go into that project and plan and design it, you get closer and closer to the right estimate. And there's variability in that. So I do find that a bit interesting. I have a feeling this probably will not pass tonight. I do know, to speak to the documentation, that in April we were given a binder of nearly 300 pages of information on the Navigation Center and proposed shelter. Just this month, we were given 8 pages of information answering, I don't know the number of questions that the Assembly submitted, but that was also answered. And I have seen none of this for any other shelter. I have not seen an operation plan for any other shelter. I have not seen this level of diligence for any other shelter. Not to say it doesn't exist, we just have not seen it. Or I personally have not seen it. To me, this vote's actually pretty easy because it's a sunk cost. The contractor's gonna get paid, okay? So they're gonna get this money one way or the other. So I kind of know the process around how that would happen, and I don't think it takes Assembly approval to settle any kind of lawsuit or negotiate out of that. So I will say 2 things. I'm going to require the same diligence of any other project that comes before the Assembly to get my vote. And then also, Madam Chair, I don't know if this is the right time to propose a floor amendment to adjust the amount from 4.9 to 3.5.
Go ahead, Mr. Salt.
Okay, so I'd like to propose a floor amendment, amending the amount to the cost that Ms. Demboski stated of $3.5 million to cover, I assume, costs spent to date. Just going to confirm that with Ms. Demboski?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. Anything further on the amendment, Mr. Salt?
No, I just think this is going to be paid one way or the other. If we appropriate the funds tonight, we can avoid the storage cost and incurring more cost to this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. I'll go through the queue, but I think that most of the members, all of you are probably in for the main motion, but I'll start with Mr. Cross on the amendment. Nope. Ms. Zolotel on the amendment.
My comments apply to any amount appropriated, so I don't know how you want to handle that.
If you believe it is important for the discussion of the amendment, or if you want to speak to the part that's relevant to the amendment and stay in the queue for the main motion?
Sure, I'll do my best. So first I want to make sure that the amendment is to just replace 4.9 million with 3.5 throughout the document.
That is correct.
Okay, great. So I hear the argument about the 3.5, so I will keep my comments very much focused on the amendment. I think a process which cuts the Assembly out of the approval prior to spending money is not something we should take lightly. And forgive me if some of you have already shared these thoughts. This is my first chance to weigh in on this. Second, I think approving money to make good when the process goes awry is a very dangerous precedent to set. I think that there is the opportunity to have the parties come together to try to work this out, absent us simply saying we're going to pay the bills. I don't know what the contractor knew. This is not a contractor that is unfamiliar with our process. In fact, this happened previously under the Sullivan administration, and ironically for about $5 million with this contractor. So, you know, little buyer beware is not necessarily an unreasonable thing to expect from a contractor, and then that contractor to be aware of when dealing with subcontractors. So while I appreciate not wanting to incur more costs, I think it kind of goes to the heart of us inserting ourselves too soon in what may be a dispute over amounts owed if this project does not go forward due to a failure to follow Title VII procurement, particularly in getting the assembly approval. So while I appreciate the amendment, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and you wish to stay in for the main motion? Okay. Next is Mayor Bronson on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in the queue for the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Next is Mr. Perez Verdia on the amendment.
Thank you. Just want to encourage my colleagues to vote no on this. This is we need to look into these costs that that are related directly to this contractor separately. We need a breakdown of exactly what was spent. We need to understand the agreement that was made. So I don't believe that this is responsible for us to simply change these numbers and move forward. We need to do these things separately. We need to vote this down and then have a separate conversation about these costs. So I encourage my colleagues to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdia. So I saw some members put themselves in queue and take themselves out. I just want to ask if anyone else wants in the queue. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to remove $4,900,000 and replace it with $3,500,000 throughout the document.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment fails 4-8. We are now back on the main motion. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. Oh, there's so much to go through here. Okay, before I go down my list of statements here and thoughts, I do want to speak to the parking lot where the NAV Center is being built. That previously was used by APD, correct? So where are they parking all those vehicles now, and what did we have to do to move all that? And are we have extra costs, I guess, through the administration? Do we have not just the sunk costs, but do we have holding costs for alternate parking arrangements, and what all did we do in order to get this site up and going that we're now going to effectively sit on?
Through the chair, this is Lance Wilbur, Director of Community Development. Mr. Cross, the vehicles that were parked on ABD site, the APD vehicles, we have relocated them over to a piece of municipal property over on the campus directly across the street, right next to maintenance and operations in the permit center.
Did that require any additional expense, fencing, anything additional, or was it something that we had?
It probably required a little bit of adjustments to the fence. The structure had already had been in place. It was a paved surface originally.
That's encouraging. Thank you. So I guess there's just a couple things here. Gosh, it's been almost a year. Sullivan Arena is back open. NAV Center's sidelined, and I feel like we didn't go a whole lot of where. We got a hole in the ground over by next to the trooper station. We got some fill, but really effectively, when we tank this, we're not going to be any further. We spent a lot of overtime hours, and we knew that this was, they said that they got to crank out to get in. So probably double time hours, union wages, is a muni job, and so it was extremely expensive, so we could hurry up and wait. It's like driving 100 miles per hour from stoplight to stoplight. It's interesting, and this is how strange government is, isn't it? That we on this board are sitting here and we're nitpicking contractors in a multi-million-dollar commercial project here, when I guarantee you most people on this dais couldn't build a shed. And I mean, when we go out, we look at these sites and we're looking at it, it's like, okay,
Point of order.
we have a...
Hold on, Mr. Cross.
Yes.
Mr. Constant, what rule do you believe has been broken?
I would just like the chair to remind members of the public that this is not a time for cheering or clapping or jumping up and down.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I concur. Members of the audience, please refrain from clapping, cheering, making disruptive noises. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
The point is that when we're looking at these sites, and like we do our site visit, listen, unless you've been in construction even 20, 30 years, man, it's hard to even comprehend the scope of that size. So, you know, some of this has to be taken on trust, and some of this, I mean, how much information are you going to have to digest before you understand construction timelines and commercial projects so that you feel safe about it? I agree that that the process of getting the 4.9 spent was not agreement, but this is now feels like Lucy moving the football. Like, we knew it was going to be done, we knew what it is, but the process broke down, they admitted fault, and we're still just going to take our football and leave a bunch of homeless people out in the trees. And that goes to Forrest. At least Forrest, you have been 100% consistent the entire time. You never said, I'll vote on it, and then Lucy'd the football and moved it. You've been consistent, and I really appreciate that. He never really was a fan of the Navigation Center, and at least that I can respect. But, you know, to say there's little no risk in hotels, the Golden Lion proves that that's not true. There's a lot of risk in buying hotels and funding things, and that's a perfect example. And, you know, Centennial Park, calling that a catastrophic failure is not true. The people, I've been out there almost a dozen times because I would stop by on my way out to Eagle River and I'd just go back and check with people. You guys know I volunteered my own resources to help those poor people out there, and I will tell you the people at the Sullivan Arena are amazing. The people at the Salvation Army are amazing, and what they did with their resources and the people I talked to, there was many that I spoke to that liked it better than the Sullivan Arena. They said Beans Cafe was there and the shelter, and they said it was just a better environment. And so, I mean, I guess catastrophic failure has different meanings to different people, but the Centennial Park could have been a lot worse. And I think we're very blessed that it went the way it did with the help of the people we had there. So, and I would just like to end with this and why I think it's important to get this NAV Center and why I will be voting for the 4.9. You know, this is what saddens me, and you can quote this in your ADN paper. The homeless problem's been solved as primarily the people who are being paid to solve it. We have spent so much money, and yet here we are with the Sullivan Arena back in. We're about to give $1.6 million that's coming up to the Aviator Hotel. Look who owns that. We're giving them more and more money. There are a bunch of people in this town who make a lot of money on homeless, and unfortunately, we are sidelining these contracts, and we're doing this. We're not anywhere closer. Sullivan Arena's open. NAV Center's sidelined, and winter's upon us. I'll be voting for 4.9 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Ms. Zalatel, and I apologize, Ms. Zalatel. I should have gone to you earlier since you have not yet spoken on the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of questions about the building structure, but before I do that, I wanted to circle back to the Golden Lion. I feel like the comments provided by Mr. Whitfield keep us on the hamster wheel a little bit, and I was promised I was going to get an exit ramp off the hamster wheel, and I've been trying to get us off of that. So my understanding of a use determination is that as part of the use determination, any issues for conforming to Title 21 would be identified. And that would be a part of the use determination, that it's not a separate process that needs to be engaged in for that purpose. Is that correct? And that's to Mr. Trombley or Mr. Whitfield?
Through the chair, Ms. Zalatel, I'll let Mr. Whitfield provide the specifics, but I think what's going on here is that the Assembly is starting to understand how difficult it is to develop and the requirements associated with Title 21. This is in no way trying to put anyone on a hamster wheel. This is the requirements of the municipal code of Title 21, and it is very challenging and it is very onerous, and the process is what the process is, but I will let Mr. Whitfield. Dave, are you still on the line?
Yes, Mr. Trombley. Ms. Zalatel, thank you very much for the comment. I appreciate it, and I sincerely apologize if you believe that the process has been confusing. That's certainly not our intent. You know, as Mr. Trombley pointed out, this is a rather complicated process, and I think what may have happened is we confused two different processes. One, the use classification or use determination request, and two, the non-conforming determination request. So we plan to process these two applications separately. We will issue responses on both. However, without we won't be processing them together and issuing one document. They're two distinctly different processes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I hope we've provided you enough information to get both those processes kicked off simultaneously. And frankly, I'm still quite stymied that this is so complex when the Golden Lion project moved from conception to people in it and leased in a hotel conversion in 9 months. Or sorry, guest house. Geez, wishful thinking perhaps. But so it can't be this impossible because I understand how that project moved through, and you know, I understand there was a use determination application submitted by the property owner. Here it's the municipality who owns the property. It just seems like we would be able to parallel that other process. So I really do hope we can get that resolved, and I hope that the resolution that passed tonight provides enough information to kick that off in a robust way. And we did what we could to give the administration advance notice of that resolution so that they could review it. As to the Navigation Center itself, my questions are around, and I'm catching up a little bit. So first, my first question is what is the expectation for the public permit information to be updated? From what I can tell, it looks like they update when responses are reviewed or received and they issue comments, but I don't know. So can someone, because there's a permit for this site, and I'm looking at the permit comments, and my question is what's the expectation of when that's updated? And then I have a couple of specific questions.
Through the chair, Ms. Zell, for the question. We have taken the questions that we receive on the permit, we've given them to our contractor who is helping us manage the design efforts and working with our contractor. They are in the process of responding to a couple of the questions that we got from development services. So if that's the content, then that is in process. They are working with the vendors to get those responses so that we can provide those to development services.
Okay, so I guess I'll start with the kind of maybe 50,000 foot view question, which is how are we able to proceed with this project when it looks like we don't have sign off on seismic, on the wind test, that there's still questions about the scale used for the facility, and lots of others, and they weren't resolved anywhere between October 14th and October 22nd based on the comments.
Through the chair, the questions that have been brought up are, the building itself is sort of unique in the sense that the structure, and we're going to allow folks to be in it. The code is not, there's really no part of the code that has that element in it, so we're allowing the contractor to help us respond to those things. It's not necessarily unique. We've had those situations before. So we're working with the contractor to get the responses so that we can provide a satisfactory answer to development. The issues with the structure itself, I think as the project managers mentioned before, one of the things that we did in the design was add extra support inside the structure itself for snow load. And so the other option was there was some concerns about when the snow is shedded off the side, how are we going to manage snow around the site itself? And so that is being addressed as well. And then the wind, and we're working on, how the structure would be addressing the wind. But they're not anything that we can't overcome, but those are questions like other projects that we do have to answer. So.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at and why I'm really curious about this is, one, I didn't see these potential issues to be resolved until I went to the permit. So it wasn't concluded in the packets that I've been looking at and reviewing. So I'm a little bit curious why, so the corollary in this project for me is the petroleum cement terminal that we worked through while I've been on the body. And it was, again, another major construction project. Right. And in that instance, we had someone come in and kind of check off that, the design met seismic, it met all of the requirements. And here, I don't feel like we quite have that yet.
Through the chair, you're correct. I would also add that, I forgot my train of thought, but when we were working through this process, one of the questions that we were working through to respond to, all of the questions that were generated that we responded to were generated by you.
Not me. This is my first time participating in this conversation.
I say you
so.
as the collective.
Sure,
So
but-
we received the assembly, we received the questions from the assembly at how they were compiled, and we responded to all of the questions that we had. Had we received those questions, that question, we would have responded to that. We responded to them to the best of our ability.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you are in the position of responding to questions asked. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. So I think for my part, in trying to get caught up here on the technical aspects of this project, it seems that there are still fundamental questions unanswered, particularly about how this structure is going to meet code for purposes of habitability. And I find this issue juxtaposed against the Golden Lion issue of a use determination for a built structure being terribly complex, apparently, that has to be delayed, and we have to work with all, due diligence in that process, but here it's go ahead and let's move forward, yet we don't have these fundamental issues resolved. I recall, I guess I'm a little gun-shy from the petroleum cement terminal discussion that we got all the way down, and this goes to a point about, escalating costs and that we don't always know, but we were asked to engage in a value engineering conversation around the petroleum cement terminal. I don't ever want to do that again. What I want to make sure is we've gone through the check boxes and we've ensured it's seismically good, it's wind good, it's good for habitability, it meets the Title 21 requirements, it meets the Title 23 requirements, and everyone signed off before we have to get involved because these are design criteria. So I think I'm feeling like this is still premature even to prep the site, because the site prep is absolutely dependent on being able to put the sprung structure on the site. I don't disagree with any of my colleagues who say that a navigation center is needed, but we have navigation centers, and navigation centers are separate from shelters. There's a Third Avenue Resource Center in the old Beans building that's ready to come on soon. The body funded I believe it's called the Power Center, which is soon to come on in Mountain View. Those are both navigation centers. The need for low barrier shelter, it exists, but this feels like a really complicated and expensive way to find a way forward on low barrier shelter, because we're trying something new and innovation is great, but not to the tune of tens of millions of dollars all told. We're over the $10 million mark, and if we go back and look at any of the investments in the hotels, we can see that we can get housing units for this many people. If you think about the guest house, 130 people were housed for a little bit over the amount of money we're talking about here now. And to me, without the fundamental questions on the project answered, and then that comparison, I don't see how we can proceed in a way that is being good stewards of the public's money, and particularly that CIP fund, which was meant to do a multifaceted approach to addressing homelessness. That was the original intent of that, and this is a large majority of that money. So I think at this point, I'm interested to hear from my colleagues if they're ready to decide tonight, or if they are open to taking more time with this, as Mr. Rivera suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Next is Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I defer to Ms. Domboski, just on a very general note, I think we're all in your frustration with Title 21 and a little bit of Title 23. I completely share. I just want to say that the general contractors in the building of this city have been fighting this a long time, and that's why many of them have moved to the valley. So I think now each of us, especially me, is quite sympathetic to what they've been going through. So for the rest of the specifics here, I'd like to defer to Amy Domboski. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, we're going to address this in two parts because we've been hearing your concerns and your questions. So I'm going to take the part about the Navigation Center and sheltering, and then Mr. Trombley is going to follow up with some specific information about the Golden Lion or comments on that. So the first part, we keep hearing Assembly members comment that they don't have enough information, that we haven't talked about operations plans. I want to extend an invitation to any Assembly member who needs the information given to them again. I'm more than happy to get the information together for you. We gave the Assembly a document. Every Assembly member was delivered a binder on, it was dated April 26, 2022. It was 293 pages long, and it was entitled Navigation Center and Sheltering Plan. If you've lost your binder or you need another one, please let me know. I'd be happy to get you that. In addition to that, in the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've attended 3 to 4 hours of work sessions talking about the Navigation Center, we spent 2 hours on Friday talking about the operations plan, the cost associated with that, and we gave a PowerPoint. So if Assembly members have misplaced the PowerPoint that we emailed to you, or you would like that in a different fashion, please let me know. I'd be happy to sit down with our team at HD and go through it personally with you. In addition to that, I do want to follow up on what Mr. Solt said. We were given approximately 50 questions. I think the actual number of responses were to 45 questions, 8 pages of detailed information regarding the Navigation Center. All of those questions were not only answered in writing, but we sat through almost 4 hours of work sessions, point by point, explaining each of our answers in writing. Again, if that was inadequate, please let me know. I'll find a different way to deliver that information. The point of this is we have tried to give you all the information you've requested. You've been given an operation plan. We've gone over in nauseating detail construction on this, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. So I'm at a loss as to why I hear Assembly members saying we haven't given this to you. I don't know what else it is you want. If you can please provide it to me in writing so I can understand it and go over it with my team, I'd be happy to do that. But the reality is when Assembly members say on the dais that these things haven't been given to you, it's simply not factual. And now I'll let Mr. Trombley follow up with the comments on the Golden Lion. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Trombley.
Thank you,
Ms.
Madam Chair.
Domboski.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel, I'm sorry, I was walking out of the room. Did you ask a question about the conditional use permit for the Navigation Center? I'm
Nope,
sorry. Oh,
I
okay.
didn't.
Okay. In regards to the Golden Lion, I just want to also emphasize that planning has said from start to finish, to get to where planning is done, it will take 3 to 4 weeks. Fire also needs to do an inspection. Fire, there was never a building inspection required. It was never requested when the Golden Lion was purchased. So MOA inspectors would still have to go through and look at the structure. That was never done. There have been several permits pulled for, say, boilers and other work. So inspectors have looked at that. There is an open permit for a boiler on that location, so I don't know if the boiler's been repaired. It's just the permit was never closed. So, and it's always dependent upon what, say, fire finds and what inspection finds as far as what the repairs have to be. So I'm just being transparent and letting you know timelines. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Mr. Constant.
Mr. Wilbur, at the work session on Friday, I asked for a list of contractors, subcontractors in writing. Is that ready?
Is the list ready?
In writing.
Yes.
Can you please deliver it to me?
I'll give it through either Ms. Domboski or give it to the...
I would like that before
sure.
I finish making my testimony.
Sure.
Thank you. It was argued that what we've asked for, we've received. But I can tell you, we asked for information on August 29th, specifically detailing subcontractors. And up until now, we had not received that information despite having asked in writing 4 times and in 3 work sessions, and now maybe we'll receive that information. We'll see if it's complete. The response we got on that document that was just celebrated didn't have any answer at all to that question, so just ignored it and has done so for just about a month. Mr. Cross is probably right when he says the contractor will be paid, despite the fact that in 2013, the contractor conducted work that was not authorized by the Assembly. And I guess it's not despite the fact, it's because of the fact that he found a $5 million deal that he could have fulfilled without the legislative body ever having a say. Both Ms. Domboski and Mr. Trombley served on the body at that time. That was AM 621-2013. You can read about it on the Anchorage Daily News, in which the contractor of record in this question received payment that he wasn't entitled to because the process wasn't followed. So probably the contractor gets paid when we get sued, if I think that the truth has to be told. Because I believe this mayor has made every argument about separation of powers. And yet this mistake, if you will, this action by this administration has clearly appropriated the appropriations process to themselves. This body had nothing to say with how that contract was made, and that is against the code. We heard just now from Mr. Trombley that the Assembly is starting to understand how difficult it is to follow the code. I would offer it's not the Assembly that's having difficulty following the code. The record shows otherwise. Mr. Rivera suggested that we need to keep our word. Our word has not been given. Our word has been taken. We talk about monthly fees accruing for this tent. I have an idea for an alternative use for this tent. Let's use it at Solid Waste Services. I think the item is 10E. So we definitely have an alternative place for this tent to go. It's the next item we'll be discussing. So it wouldn't be wasted money. In fact, FEMA might pay us back for it because that was damage from the earthquake. So while the expectation that litigation is inevitable, I certainly raise the question, how can the perpetrator settle a case when he's violated the code? Because in this case, it is the administration that has not followed the law. Ms. Clark. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Ma'am, please stop. Ma'am, please stop talking now. You are creating an actual disruption. Okay, security, please escort Ms. Clark out for creating an actual disruption. We'll take a pause. We will resume the meeting here. I'm going to go back to Mr. Constant and first ask for a motion to extend debate
So
as we
moved.
are at the end of the hour.
Second.
And if members could please take their seats, and those of you in side conversations, if you could perhaps move to the hallway. We're picking up a bit of noise on the dais, some background noise. There's a motion on the floor to extend debate for how long, Mr. Constant?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. It's been seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent on the motion to extend debate. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, debate has been extended, and I will go back to Mr. Constant, who had the floor.
Mr. Wilbur. Mr. Wilbur. Still waiting for a list. Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, I'm sending it out right now.
Thank you. Much has been made about how voluminous and great the communications have been, the information that we've received. I would offer that the plan that was presented to us on Friday, the first draft plan, I can say thank God for that, because it was the first time a plan has been presented to us that I've been asking for since July of 2021. Now, that plan that was presented to us was not complete, it was not whole, it was not full, it did not have the details necessary to make a decision and support. It had issues relating to who was doing the work, how much people were going to get paid that didn't add up, but thank goodness to the people who worked on that plan. It demonstrated finally, after 18 months, there's some effort to draft that plan. But at this turn of events, when we have now money that's been spent, a threat of litigation, a settlement that's likely to come, we are being asked to bless this grasp, this taking of Assembly legislative authority. And I don't have that in me at this point. I've been beaten over the head so hard with this issue of separation of powers. And now none of that gets to the point of what do we do to resolve the issues of the people suffering in the streets and in our parks? And that we still have to continue working on. This plan that some suggested we voted on this, I didn't vote affirmatively on this question, but the body did. And I tend to accept the wisdom of the body. This question before us now effectively was taken from us, and I don't think it should be rewarded. But I'm still waiting for that list.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, I apologize for the delay. I will mention that you asked for the list at our last work session, and I verbalized of the list that we got from McKenna, or from the general contractor, and I mentioned that Specialized Construction had the canopy demolition. I also mentioned that Hydroax had cleared the lot, and I gave you the amount of $36,000. The surveyors that were there for the construction survey, they had provided that. I mentioned that McKenna had done the trucking, but we did not have the total amount of material that had been provided, so I did not have that number. I do have that number now. It's $185,000. I did mention that we had Northern Reinforced Placers, so basically they did the labor for putting the rebar into the foundation, and I mentioned that Malone Construction for the finishing work on the concrete that they did, our estimate at the time was $12,000. So I verbalized all of these to you. I did commit to you that I would send you the list to verify that there was nothing addition to the list, and I got the list from the general contractor, and I apologize for not sending it to you sooner, but again, I was able to provide all of the information at our last work session, except for the amount that we owed McKenna.
So, Mr. Wilbur, the difference is to the contractor himself.
Pardon me?
The difference of $3 million plus is to the contractor. That's Hickles Provided Direct Services.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So as a matter of illustration, this information was requested on the 29th of September. On the 7th of October, we were told that they didn't give us that information because it would overwhelm us. It was so voluminous. And so on the 13th and the 14th and the 16th, I again requested that information. On the 20th, it was provided in a verbal, but without detail and without the amounts granted to some of the subcontractors until finally now. You have witnessed us receiving a simple list of information that we requested on the 29th of September. And so when anybody asks why this has taken so long, why this has been a mess, I have just given you a precise, concise, exact example of one simple record.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor, what rule do you believe has been broken?
Well, we're confused on the facts here. He's talking about voluminous. information that he asked, I think he 4 times. I just want to know what information that was, because...
That's not a point of order, Madam Chair.
Obviously, Lance Wilbur provided the information.
Mr. Mayor, please hold. A point of order has been called.
I know I called it.
No, another point of order on your point of order. Mr. Dunbar, what rule do you believe has been broken?
The mayor is not making a valid point of order.
Agree. Mr. Mayor, a point of order is when you identify a procedural rule that has been broken, and I have not heard you identify the rule that you believe has been broken.
We just want to find out what he's talking about, that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that is not a rule, and that is not a point of order. So go ahead, Mr.
Thank you,
Constant.
and I'll just sum it up. I think I said it actually pretty precisely. On the 29th of September, we submitted a letter to you. Go to muni.org/assembly, go and navigate down to the tab that says Navigation Center, and you will see all of these records there. We have put them out there so you can actually see the facts. It was question number 26 on that page. We got a soft response. Go and watch the videos of those meetings. The streams are available. It's all recorded. In those meetings, we were told we didn't give you this information because it would be too much. And then we were given a verbal that didn't have the specifics, and that I asked again and again. And so it literally took a month to get a table that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines deep. That's why we are where we are. It's not because this assembly is obstructing. It's because we have valid questions and they're not being answered assertively, directly, clearly. So, again, to the point of what are we going to do? My neighbors are really mad. The Sullivan Arena is back open for the reality that this whole summer, what we did was we pushed them out the door, shut the door, said this is not a homeless response, go to the camp, and that's all we did. We did not work daily on the housing of these people and getting these systems in place. And now we talk about the Golden Lion. We're going to have to go through a change of use process. How many barriers is the administration going to put in front of this process? Because every time we convene, there's a new barrier, and it's not simply because the code is challenging. It comes down to a selective application of the code by this administration. When they want an item to move, they make way. The ocean parts. There's a path. When they want an item to stop for whatever reason, the blockades arise. Now, I guess that's government and politics as it's always been. But today, I urge my peers to vote this down and let's settle this in the court. And then when it comes time to appropriate the settlement, the funds will come from the departments that did this to the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Zolotel is not sitting here anymore, but she had asked if members, she wanted to get a sense of, did members want to essentially kill this project or postpone and wait for more information. I think right now I'm in the latter camp. I have a lot of conflicted feelings and thoughts, and I've really agonized over this because I see where we are now and kind of where we want to be. You know, the reality is that we did convene a task force to look at various properties, over 100 properties I think the task force looked at, and they came up with several terrible options. We, right now, are using a hockey arena, a convention center for emergency shelter, low barrier shelter. And I've also been made very aware of the toll that it has taken because of large numbers on that specific neighborhood. Absolutely, I think housing should be our highest priority. I think that's going to lead to the best positive health outcomes and the most stability in an environment of order rather than a chaotic environment. Member Zolotel also commented on sort of that juxtaposition, habitability of the Golden Lion. And I think I grow frustrated that there have been roadblocks put in the way of using the Golden Lion, whether that be a treatment center, whether that be housing. And on top of all that, I do completely agree with the concern about the failure of this process and moving forward without assembly approval. I think it does set a really bad precedent, and I'm also concerned that there's already a precedent that has been set, as has been pointed out. Still, I see where we are now. I see that after looking at over 100 options, potential options for low barrier shelter, we came up with hockey arenas and recreation centers. Where are we going to be when it comes to low barrier shelter next winter? I'm really worried about that. We discussed some operations, some estimates at a recent work session. I have concerns about what was presented. I think a lot of the personnel estimates were sort of grossly underestimated and potentially not competitive. So I think we probably need to, based on what was presented, sort of 1.5 times that in terms of funding that would be necessary. But I'm kind of just, I'm processing all this out loud, I guess, just to let this body know that I am, for my part, still open to having this conversation on this project, provided more details. And if there was a motion to postpone, I would definitely vote in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. So we'll go back through the queue for a second time. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments as far as barriers. The Anchorage Assembly has been running the city into the ground for 6 years. Mr. Volin, I've lived here longer than 3 years, and I'm here to tell you that it's been a hot mess. It is not the mayor who is putting up these, because he's only been the mayor for the last not even 2 years? A year? 2 years? I can't even keep track anymore. But we've been putting up the barriers. We have the authority. We are the supermajority of the city, and we run it into the ground. And Adian can quote me on this one. Ms. Zolotel, I don't know of a human who can get on a hamster wheel and get off. I don't know of that. I know hamsters know how to get on and off, and that sounds like a you problem and not an administration
Point
problem.
of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
I believe that comment was out of order.
That comment was out of order. Ms. Allard,
order.
please refrain from making such comments.
Point of order.
I'm speaking. Please don't interrupt me while I'm ruling on a point of order.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Procedure is important.
It is.
As I was saying, your comment, Ms. Allard, was out of order. Please focus your comments on the merits of the item before us and not on extraneous
I'm sorry, I'm pretty
information
sure
that's
she
not
said
relevant
hamster
to
wheel.
it. Do you have a point of order, Ms. Allard? What rule do you believe has been broken?
My freedom of speech. Go
That
ahead,
is
rule
not-
against that.
You're overruled.
Go
That is
ahead
not
and
a
rule
point of
against it.
order concerning our procedures. You
Right,
need to
violate my
follow-
freedom of speech.
Ms. Allard, you are out of order.
Okay, are you ruling against it?
Yes, I am.
Thank
I am
you.
ruling
Got you on
against
the
your
record.
point
Thank
of
you.
order. Let me clarify that this body has rules of procedure. In code, we follow Robert's rules. Our rules of procedure are in Title II of Municipal Code.
Not the U.S. Constitution?
Ms. Allard, you are out of order.
Thank you.
The next time you're out of order, Ms. Allard, I will mute your microphone. Go ahead. Madam Clerk, would you please note for the record that Ms. Allard is out of order again and refuses to follow the body's rules of decorum. Next in the queue is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to address some of the points that have been brought up through this deliberation and then just make some final comments. So first, I just want to reiterate, because I think it's worth reiterating multiple times, the comments that both Ms. LaFrance and Ms. Zalatel made regarding hotel conversions. So if you look at the work that Rasmussen did with hotel conversions, and if you try to compare them to the Navigation Center, it's just simply not apples to apples, right? Cost for a hotel conversion is fairly concrete once you have a purchase sale agreement signed, and because we aren't dealing with new construction. The costs are fairly definitive, especially after you go through an extreme due diligence process, and I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that an extreme due diligence process has been followed for every hotel conversion that has been done to date. And in fact, everything with the guest house budgetary-wise is moving forward exactly as was predicted in the pro formas. So we're not dealing with apples to apples here. Next, on the Alaska Club and the Golden Lion, if you go back into the record on those projects, you will see that extensive plans were presented to the Assembly and to the public prior to the vote, period. Next, I just want to dissuade this argument that continues to being made about good faith. So I stated multiple times to the administration that the administration would need to earn the votes each time the Navigation Center came up to us for funding. That prior votes are not a precursor to any future votes, and that you need to do the work to earn our votes, and that the facilitated process did not represent the body. So any statement that we paid contractors in good faith doesn't hold water because it simply isn't an accurate representation of the process. Members of the public, next point. So members of the public, nonprofit partners, assembly members, and philanthropy have been working collaboratively to get things done despite the continual back and forth between the assembly and the mayor. So if you look at permanent supportive housing, workforce housing, affordable housing projects, they have all moved forward thanks to the leadership of this assembly and Rasmussen. The emergency shelter plan, that was all thanks to the leadership of the Emergency Shelter Task Force and this assembly. So folks can make whatever statements that they would like. That's fair. That's their First Amendment rights. But the record speaks for itself. Next on the Golden Lion, we asked that any outstanding impediments be quantified and sent to the assembly. So I want to follow up on that request and make sure that the administration does get those items to us. So to Mr. Trombley specifically, the resolution which was brought up earlier regarding the Golden Lion, is that request enough for you to get us any future impediments like what was brought forward by Mr. Whitfield today?
Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, can you just briefly restate that question for me? I'm sorry.
Sure. So the resolution which we had before us today, let me see if I can just find a copy of it really quick.
I did read the resolution, Mr. Rivera.
Sure. So
I wasn't sure on your question.
One of the sections in the resolution states that the administration should outline any other outstanding impediments to turning on the Golden Lion as housing in writing to the assembly. So is that request enough for you to get any future impediments like what Mr. Whitfield brought to us today in writing to the assembly, or do you need something else?
Sure, through the chair, Mr. Rivera, and I just had a very good conversation with Ms. Zalatel in the hallway. I believe that should be enough on the Title 21 side. I do want to let you know that fire has been requested to inspect the building, and I do not know what fire is going to come up with. So I can't line out all the impediments right now because I don't know what fire is going to come up with. in an email with Development Services staff. Building Safety was never asked to perform any inspections prior to the MOA purchasing the building, so we don't know if there's, as MOA inspectors go through there, and again, this is coming from Development Services, we don't know what a plumbing inspector is going to find, or a mechanical, or an electrical. I don't know what those are at this time. We are waiting to hear back from the fire inspector of when they can get out there. Things are moving and they are in process, but I can't line out all of those for you at this time, but things are in the process of being worked on.
Sure, thank you. And definitely I understand that you can't outline those at this time, but it sounds like you will be able to outline those once all of those inspections have gone through, which is really what I want to know.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Rivera, yes, that's correct, but I do not have a timeline as to when I will get you that information.
Okay, yeah, I figured it would take some time, but I appreciate that. Okay, so the next thing is, just like at the work session last week, there was a lot of back and forth of 2 terms, and so I just want to make it very clear in the record, and the health department actually corrected the record, so if you want to go back and listen to it, you can. We are not talking about emergency shelter. People keep using that term. We're talking about overnight shelter, and the health department did state that they accidentally used the term emergency shelter when they meant to use the term overnight shelter. So just want to make that super clear, so we're using the right terminology. Next is, all right, so next 2 ones, I just have to make these critical comments. So the binder. I just need to say that binder was a farce. I requested it, and so it wouldn't have existed if I hadn't requested it, and detailed the types of information needed in it. The health department took the lead, specifically Mr. Joe Gerace. If you go through the binder, you will see that most of it is useless information that gives you no real information of substance, except maybe a handful of pages that actually were very helpful, like the schedule and some preliminary budget information. But that keeps getting brought up as if it's to make a point. I just want to make it very clear on the record, you're not making a point when you bring that binder up. And then next, critical point, if you go through and listen to the work sessions and committee meetings over the last year, you will hear a whole plethora of information that we haven't received. And so I just really want to say that I don't appreciate being gaslit. If the administration has any questions on how to adequately get information requested by the legislative branch, the elected representatives of the people, to us so we can adequately make wise decisions, I'm happy to provide that guidance. All right, so my final comments. This project has been exhausting and has done more to get people upset than it has to solve anything. Working collaboratively with the administration when I joined the facilitated process, I put in extensive hours with the team to try and keep moving this project forward in good faith. I tried to help the administration understand how to get to yes, and we barely squeaked by each time. And each time we achieved success, I made sure the administration knew that the work wasn't done and that a yes vote isn't assured the next time this comes before the body. Unfortunately, the facilitator process ended, and so my direct work on the Navigation Center ended as well. And now we find ourselves here today with this item that will likely die tonight based on comments from my colleagues. So first things first, I believe that we need to pay the people who did work as soon as possible, preferably out of court. Going to the future, I still have hope for us as a community to do right by people experiencing homelessness by finding a realistic alternative to this project, because like many of my colleagues have already said, I still think a navigation center is important, right? It fills a hole in the system. And in fact, we have 2 navigation centers being developed right now. Ms. Alto already spoke to that. And that we continue to focus on the real solution, which is housing. So I look forward to continuing to do that work, and I'm happy to work with the administration if they'd like to join me in the work to find real solutions. So with that, I will no longer be supporting the idea of a motion to postpone, and instead will be voting no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Before I continue through the queue,
Madam
Mr.
Chair, a
Constant,
motion to extend 10 more minutes. Debate.
is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to extend debate until 8:55. It's been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, we are extended for debate until 8:45. Next in the queue is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. I feel like the administration has been using the term navigation center, and it's become something of a euphemism. There was a navigation center operating in the Sullivan when it was a mass shelter, but people didn't refer to it as a navigation center. They said it was a mass care facility. There was a navigation center planned for the Tudor Alaska Club as well. But of course, that never came to be, and the mayor and his supporters never referred to it as a navigation center. They referred to it as a shelter. Without a place for folks to go, the facility being built at Tudor and Elmore will just be a shelter, and an extremely expensive one. Now, I wanted to respond to something that Mr. Volland said, and I appreciate the sort of grappling he's doing. He is newer to this body, and he wasn't here during the early days of the facilitated process, although he was very engaged in his other capacities. Well, first I'll say, there were two different processes that evaluated a lot of different properties. There was the emergency cold weather process that task force looked at recently, and they were under certain time constraints. So they looked at large facilities the municipality owned. It's not really appropriate for how we conceptualize what solutions for homelessness should look like going forward. It wasn't an ideal process. I don't think anybody thinks it was. But if you go back to the very beginning of the facilitated process, I remember a meeting when they were open to the public. They were always open to the public. And I asked the question of the people involved, well, what size building are you looking at? You're looking for different facilities. Are you looking for only very large facilities? And that was the answer. Yes, they were looking for places that could have 400 people or more, I think was the number. Because remember, this was several amendments. It took us months and months to get it down to a size that was even remotely in line with our code. So they were only looking at these very large facilities. They asked the wrong question from the very beginning, and so they got the wrong answer. And the answer was, it has to be one of these very large facilities, or we have to build this giant new, extremely expensive facility. The question that was asked in 2020 and early 2021 was, where can we house people, provide treatment, and have a smaller emergency shelter? That was the right question, and that was what the plan in 2021 was designed to do. That is still the solution we should be moving towards. A smaller shelter. I think we probably will need additional shelter capacity, but it will be significantly smaller. And then real investments in housing and treatment and places to navigate people to. Now, I think you should be commended, you and Mr. Rivera, and I think Mr. Perez-Verdia were involved extensively in moving the ARPA funds towards getting exactly those kind of facilities. So again, I would say don't dwell too much on what the initial results of the facilitated process and it pushing us towards this very large facility and perhaps building the shelter at Tudor and Elmore, because they were asking the wrong question from the very beginning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Next is Mr. Constant, then Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. There was a series of numbers that were presented by a member that suggested that at the beginning, back in 6/15/21, this was a $15 million project. That was a comment that was clearly someone who wasn't there then. Because what happened was, before this administration came into office, they had a proposal that was, they said $7 million, and then quickly pivoted to $15 million. But then when you pushed a little bit on the plan, you had to add shipping and construction at the tent, $5 million, $4 million to relocate the vehicles from the APD lot, and all of these other expenditures. By 13 days into the term of this administration, the cost had ballooned from $7 to $15 to $22 million, and there still weren't bathrooms in the building. And so any argument that the numbers were accurate then and we could have just started and we'd be there now don't fly. And so I just had to get back in the queue and put that out there, because it was previously stated. We had 14 men, we could have done it then. No, actually the reason this whole thing fell apart was because the numbers started an exponential increase with no end in sight. And that's where the whole process started to, I think, in earnest, engage. But it wasn't so simple and straight and linear as to believe that if we had done this, then we would have been successful.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Just a few additional comments. This process that we're talking about now broke down. The facilitated process broke down because of clear incompetence and clear lack of planning on the part of Mr. Gerace and the health department and the mayor's team in general. We had our facilitators, who are highly respected professionals, walked away from that process because of that incompetence and because of that lack of planning. And so here we are now, and I say this honestly, that I do think that there's a possibility of moving forward with something like this, but not if it's led by the mayor and his team, because there is no one on that team that actually knows how to do this work. And that's why the sockeye and the guest house and these other projects have been successful, because they've been led by a gathering of community experts and others that have been brought in, and it's been a process of developing it through a collaborative and informed process. This navigation center has not been. It has been developed behind closed doors by the mayor and his team. And I think if it's going to be successful, hire someone else to lead this process, engage in a community and expert-based discussion on how it should move forward, and develop a real operations plan so that we actually know how it's going to function. And you'll get the support of the community and the assembly, because it'll be something that is actually informed and led in a responsible way, and will be able to hold up to the scrutiny of our public and the assembly. So that's what I suggest moving forward. I will be a no vote on this, but I hope that there's an opportunity to re-engage in this conversation in the near future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I want to thank Mr. Trombley. He and I had a good conversation, I think, out in the hallway. Sometimes it's hard to have these conversations on the dais, and what he's learned very quickly is I'm a member who likes to be in the weeds. I want to know details, and that's not how everybody approaches these things. And so I really want to thank him for having the conversation and answering my questions and helping me figure out process, as well as how to find out the information I need to make decisions, because my need, each member's needs for where they need to get to make decisions is different. Second, I missed a little bit of the debate while I was out in the hallway. I think it was for a good cause, but the solution to homelessness is housing. If we want to address the issue in our community, we need to be investing in housing. And we are investing in housing, and housing is moving rapidly at a pace that hasn't moved in a long time. And it can be augmented with navigation. Navigation actually will likely play a key role in helping individuals maintain housing. What we need to ensure is that once people are housed, they still have connections to the services necessary for them to support that housing. The problem of homelessness is complex. Lots of things lead to someone getting to the point of experiencing homelessness. The solution to homelessness is simple. It's housing. So if we stay solution-oriented, we can then partner once someone is housed with all of the other expertise in our community and in our state to address all of those other issues. And it is much easier for an individual to address those issues when they have a secure place to live. They can engage in any substance misuse treatment, any behavioral health services, look for a job, maintain a job. It's much easier to do that versus living beside a creek in a tent, versus living in a 100-person congregate facility, or even a non-congregate facility where you are possibly going to lose your access to that the very next day. The stability that comes with housing cannot be underscored enough. And it's being shown in real time with the guest house. It's not like those were cherry-pick tenants. Those were tenants who came directly from the streets and the Sullivan Arena to go into the guest house. Housing is stabilizing, and I understand every landlord out there has had an experience with a bad tenant. I'm not saying that that doesn't exist. What I am saying is, if we want to talk about solving homelessness, we have to invest in housing, and then we need to work in partnership with all of those other service providers. But as soon as that person is housed, they are no longer homeless. Then it is substance misuse or behavioral health or job training. It was a very different conversation. And I feel like we're conflating the conversations when we talk about a navigation center, because a navigation center is not just a response to homelessness. It is a solution-oriented thing where housing navigators exist with the sole purpose of moving individuals to housing, getting them document ready, helping look for apartments, securing rental assistance, voucher programs, wait lists. And if we keep that focus on the solution, I think we declutter the issue we're trying to get at. So I think that this can happen. I think navigation centers are happening and navigation services are happening regardless of the location. And for me, the structural questions are what lead me to a no vote. It doesn't feel like we're at the place where, frankly, the structure in and of itself meets the basic requirements in order to be erected at this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. There's one member in the queue, and we're at the end of our time for debate. Mr. Volan, do you want to extend for like 2 minutes? Or?
Yeah, that'd be great if the body is okay with that. Move to extend 3 minutes.
Second.
Motion to extend for 3 minutes, seconded, or made by Mr. Volan, seconded by Mr. Dunbar, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, we're extended for 3 minutes until 8:58. Go ahead, Mr. Volan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely agree that we need to redouble our efforts when it comes to the preventative work of substance use disorder treatment and mental health resources. I think we are sorely lacking in those things, and they are needed components. I also agree that the solution to homelessness is housing. But I guess I do want to, when Ms. Ware has spoken before us, she's talked about like the housing pipeline is what she has referenced it as. And I think that's interesting. What is that link, Member Zalatel, when we're getting folks housed, that transition point between the camping and the housing or those different needs, is there still a need, on a smaller scale for low barrier shelter while those folks are waiting to be connected to those services or more stable housing?
Really quickly, if it's okay with the chair, I think your question is there still a need in our community for low barrier shelter? I agree that there is some need in our community for low barrier shelter, and I said that in my opening comments on this item.
Thank you. I guess if this isn't it, I want to keep seeking solutions along with, this body for pursuing housing and pursuing the full system to where we can get people there, get people on a path, because I think right now we don't have enough low barrier shelter, and I think that's why we find ourselves in the situation that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. We have 1 minute left for debate. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's pretty evident the way this is going. I understand. I just want to pose a question then to maybe just ACH or the Assembly at large. At this point now, we just need to understand, or the Assembly needs to come to a conclusion on what they plan on doing with the people living in the parks and trails, because without the bed space, without the overall space, Our tools are very limited as we must comply with Martin v. Boise. So I'll leave that in your hands to then, I guess, come up with a plan with details on how we're going to deal then with the people living visibly homeless on the streets and in our parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are at the end of our time.
Motion to expend 2 more minutes.
Until 9 p.m. Is
Yep.
there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Volan, seeking unanimous consent, hearing no opposition. We are extended until 9 p.m. Mr. Constant?
It is not the Assembly's job to craft solutions to these problems. The Assembly has stepped into the void. It is the administration's job to come up with solutions that are credible, that are feasible, that follow the law, that implement the code, that do achieve the outcome of moving people off the streets. So while it's easy for a member of the administration, in fact, the chief executive of this city, to point to the Assembly because he didn't get his way, because he didn't follow the code, to say it's our fault and our job, that is a complete sloughing of the executive's responsibility. And so I believe the Latin term is res ipsa loquitur. It speaks for itself.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 496-2022. The system is catching up, and it'll be a moment before the vote comes up on the screen.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Item 11E fails 3-9. And with that, we will take a 10-minute break. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to resume the meeting and turn to item 10D5. Earlier in the meeting, there was a motion to change the order of the day that prevailed to take up 10D5 after item 11E. We now have before us item 10D5, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 620-2022, Amendment Number 2 to Tetra Tech's design contract to provide professional architectural and engineering services for the Anchorage Regional Landfill Shop and Admin Building Replacement Project. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Well, this project is pretty far along in the design phase. As the conversation that just concluded, there are questions about the purpose-built structure from Sprung and whether it could in fact be implemented as the building on this site, which would take a $2 million asset and put it to work immediately instead of it sitting for whatever, $10,000, $20,000 a month and going toward who knows what in the future. But there are now questions who owns that because it was purchased with municipal money through the community foundation by the contractor on the previous item. So it's a pretty gray area at this point. So I think that the best path on this is simply to move forward with this and begin conversations with the possibility of the use of this structure there later.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Domboski is in the queue. Go ahead, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Constant, it's really not a gray area. Roger Hickle Construction owns the sprung steel structure, and until such time we either come to an agreement with the contractor or not, this is not a municipal asset.
Well, that's great then. He has $2 million to fulfill what he believes is owed. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 620-2022.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Item 10D5 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11F, ordinance number AO 2022-83, an ordinance of the Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 23.95.300 to allow the use of relocatable ancillary buildings as emergency shelters for persons experiencing homelessness when the emergency shelter plan is activated. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of September 27, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body? Ms. Zalatel?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to postpone indefinitely and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did receive the clarification requested from the Anchorage School District that there were no use restrictions on this, but however, they are not contemplated to be put into this potential use at this time. So I think this code provision change may be premature. Additionally, I think that if we were going to consider to ever use a relocatable ancillary building for purposes of a habitable use, even temporarily under Title 16, the code would need to be much more explicit, particularly to reflect a lot of the types of things that are required for a relocatable. Those minimum requirements are just not even required for an overnight use. So I feel like this code is incomplete, and it would be better to start over if this ever became a more likely reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess first, I just want permission from you. I have some questions for the administration that will help inform my vote on this motion. Can I ask them?
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first is to the administration, and perhaps Mr. Trombley is best poised to answer these. Have we accepted the relocatables yet?
No, we have not, because we're waiting for the code change. Sorry, through the chair, Mr. Rivera.
Okay, so do you need anything from us to accept them? And I think you sort of answered it, but if you could just be explicit about it.
Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, I guess it depends on what you want to use them for. The only reason we were going to take them was for possible homeless sheltering, but if we're not going to do that, then it would be nice to know if there's another idea on what to use them for. I know there was a whole host of options.
Okay, that's interesting, because that was my third question, is what would you, the administration, want to do with them in the short term if we accepted them? But it sounds like you don't have a plan necessarily, just a sort of an array of possible things. So if we were to accept them, where would you put them?
Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, I'd have to have a conversation with Director Wilbur.
Okay, thanks. So I guess given the answers to those questions, I think I will go ahead and support the motion to postpone indefinitely. I don't think we need this ordinance necessarily to accept these relocatables, and it sounds like there's still a bit of planning that needs to be done regardless. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the admin, probably for legal, and then a comment. In the code on page 2, it says, when the emergency shelter plan has been activated under section 16.120.020. Can you remind me, that kind of activation, does it require a declared state of emergency?
Through the chair to Mr. Dunbar. It does not, when you say a declared state of emergency, to clarify, do you mean a civil emergency by the mayor?
Yes.
No, 16.120 is the cold weather sheltering plan, so there's, that might be one of the ways, but there are other ways in which it can be activated.
Thank you. So I, in general, oppose the motion to postpone indefinitely and support passage of this with an amendment to require a declared state of emergency from the mayor. However, I won't make that amendment until we see whether or not the declared state of the motion to postpone indefinitely passes. I'll say in general, I support having a lot of tools in our toolbox to try to address this challenge of emergency cold weather sheltering, and so I think I can support this with the right parameters around it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Next is Mr. Cross.
Yes, I 100% agree with Mr. Dunbar, but I would not have said it as articulately, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adam's response has satisfied that request, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Mr. Volan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I'm still waiting for an S version of this. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I thought I think we addressed this. When we had the work session, and I feel so terrible because I'm forgetting her name again, but the attorney who presented with you, Mr. Trombley?
Quincy Arms?
Yes, thank you. I thought we were going to add in some additional language and address some of the concerns that were raised. I think there was like 2 things that we thought about changing. One of this was the awkward language around accessibility, and I forget what the other one was, but I think I would like to circle back to that work session and see what those things were that were going to be changed. And to me, I don't know if I do support. I support this concept, and I've said that as well. And I've talked about how there's, we have this opportunity for these free relocatables, and I don't know if we still have the opportunity of potentially donated relocation of the relocatables. But yeah, I guess I want to see the work done to address the questions that were raised, maybe before we move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to actually ask about the S version as well, because I thought that's where we left it, with some discussion about possible changes concerning access and egress, and also safety requirements for overnight shelter or overnight use. I guess we could go back to that work session or back to the discussion we had here on the dais. But, you know, I'm also in favor of innovative ideas such as this one, and exploring how these these buildings could be used in a way that meets the needs of the municipality. And, you know, if Mr. Dunbar, if you put forward an amendment concerning a declaration of emergency, I would support that, but mostly I would like to see the S version, because I thought that's what was going to be put forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Folks are talking about need for an amendment, need for making this so that it can work, be in effect during a declared emergency. But as I understand the code and the charter, if there is a declared emergency, the mayor can implement such decisions and must then bring it to the body within 48 hours to concur with that decision, but the decision can be made. And so it's unnecessary. This whole exercise is unnecessary if the standard is in a declared emergency. If the point is that we want some cabin around these uses, then that demands more conversation. What is the structure and the methodology for implementation? But I don't think we get there with the emergency declaration, because that already exists. And so the other side of the coin is that we don't need any of this code to receive them for any number of purposes that have been discussed, that were discussed in that work session. And so in some weird way, I think the term of the hamster wheel is quite apt. We're back in the same spot, having the same conversation about the same thing without additional information as promised. And so I think I support the motion to postpone indefinitely. We can begin this conversation again with a clean document, but literally we could accept these two as has been proposed. Store the personal property of individuals who are living in camps that are being abated, or to use for the potential uses are manifold. We just have to hear from the executive what they're interested in.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mayor Bronson?
On behalf of Mayor Bronson, this is Blair Christensen. I wanted to speak to the S version. Just in looking through my emails, it looks as though the Department of Law was working on an S version, and it looks like there was some communications with Mr. Gates about relocatables. But I'm not sure what happened to that S version. Ms. Arms is on leave currently. But my emails do indicate that the Department of Law was working on an S version.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-83 indefinitely.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
The motion to postpone indefinitely, item 11F, is approved 8-4. We now have before us item 11G, ordinance number AO 2022-84, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 23.10.105 to restore previous language regarding exceptions to the requirements for contractor licensing. Public hearing was closed on the meeting of September 27, 2022. Action was postponed from that meeting and also at the meeting of October 11, 2022. There is no motion pending.
Move
What
to
is-
approve.
Second.
So I have not asked what is the will of the body, and Mr. Constant, I see, was in the queue.
So, and my intent would be to move to postpone one more time. We received a number of emails today from the former building official who had some alternative suggestions. The building, the individual in the department, Mr. Nossinger.
Okay, we had the one, sorry to interrupt. We had the one motion, but Mr. Constant was in the queue, but
It
before
doesn't
you
matter, we
speak,
can
do you have
change the
your-
motion.
Is there a second to your motion?
I don't think it matters
Just
which
so
motion is
so
on the
Mr.
floor.
Constant can legitimately speak to it, seconded by Mr. Volan? And
Second.
then, okay.
All right,
Go
and
ahead.
so the staff individual who had been writing this was out for the last 2 weeks, so we were unable to do any work on it. He returned, I think, today or yesterday, and we don't have any details back. And so I would ask that we do one more round of delays, that we meet with the former building official, get his opinion on these various changes, and proceed with it then. That way we have the full benefit of industry, the department, our legal.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the postponement. I was one of the original instigators, along with Ms. Kennedy, on the code change around being able to basically work on your own owned property, and that's what Mr. Thompson, the former building official, got in touch with us about today. And I haven't been able to suss out where this possibly went sideways, so I really do want the time to do that. I would also very much like someone from the municipal attorney's office to work on this with us, alongside with Mr. Gates, because I think it's gotten a little bit sideways and complex, and it would just be good as we work through this to try to walk through all the steps. I'm not sure why it went so sideways, but then I'm hoping that also with the December 6th postponement, there might be the opportunity to, wherever it lands, come back in front of CEDC again and explain where we're at, because I know that this item is a product of that committee, so we can come back, have a conversation in the committee, and then bring it back in front of the body if there's a S version or some substantial amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I'll support the delay. I had actually had a cross amendment that kind of addressed those things, but I hate floor amendments and scrambling to try to fix that. I prefer that we have something very clean that everybody has time to put eyes on, so I'll support that. But to answer your question real quick, it's just a difference between municipal and state code and trying to keep everything conducive. As we see, we have lots of challenges with differences in code, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So okay, never mind. The motion's been updated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any other discussion on the motion to postpone this item to the meeting of December 6th? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-84 to the meeting of December 6th.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That item will be back before us at the meeting of December 6th. The motion to postpone it is approved 12-0. We will move on to continued public hearings. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2022-17, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to support and advance early childhood education.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of September 13, 2022. There was a motion to reopen the public hearing at that same meeting. Before I reopen the public hearing, I want to go to one of the sponsors, Mr. Perez-Verdia. If you want to just speak
Thank you, Madam.
briefly to your intent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move to postpone this item and continue public hearing to the meeting of November 9th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Perez-Verdia to continue the public hearing to the meeting of November 9th, and it has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, first I just want to thank the many people who have been working on this diligently over the last few months. There have been many meetings with leaders in the marijuana industry, and a great deal of work has been made to make this even better and better. We're just not quite there yet, and so I would just ask my colleagues for a little more time for us to finish up some planning and ensure that we are positioned to get folks out to be able to speak to this. So we just need a little bit more time, and postponing it to the 9th would give us that time to bring it before the body and to have everything ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next in the queue is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to Mr. Perez-Verdia. Is November 9th enough time? And the reason I asked that question is we're in the middle of working through budget items right now. I understand this is a ballot measure, so we're definitely working up against a deadline. I don't know if there's an intention to bring a substitute version, and if it will make sense to make room for a work session around the substitute version. So that's kind of my question. Is the 9th enough time, or do we need to look a little bit further out?
Thank you for the question. It is our intent to hold a work session between now and bringing this forward. It was our feeling that we had enough time to do that by the 9th. I would also love my co-sponsor, Ms. LaFrance, to speak to this, whether she feels like this is enough time or whether we need more. I will just say that we have confirmed with all of our partners who've been working on it, and they felt like the 9th is enough time. But Ms. LaFrance, would you like to speak to this as well?
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I would just add that, sorry, I'm just looking at the calendar here. There is time on November 4th to hold an additional work session if that is what the body would like, and it's my understanding that we are pretty close with the S version, and we're working on addressing some of the questions too that were raised in the last work session. So I think the 9th could work.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up question? It's not to the sponsors, but it's to the administration. Has there been legal review of this proposed item done yet by the administration?
Through the chair, that Ms. Zalatel.
Was that a yes or a no?
We have not reviewed it, no. We are more than happy to take a look if you would like, though.
That was fairly ominous.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. And the reason I asked the question is we'll want to make sure, hopefully, we're all on the same page with any, because it establishes a board and a few other things that we know of any potential concerns or anything ahead of time before we take up the S, because we'll want to hopefully move through public hearing, keeping in mind that proposition deadline. So that was the reason for the question, and I appreciate the responses.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and I would just ask Mr. Gates to also weigh in, because we had some conversations, a brief conversation this week about the intent to have a discussion with the Department of Law. And I know that there's been back and forth on the S version, and just to ensure that there's enough time for the lawyers to discuss. Mr. Gates, if you would weigh in.
Yes, well, it's enough time for me. The drafting work is done, so I think it depends on what issues the Department of Law might flag, if any, and how complicated they might be. So, I mean, I'm just going to guess November 9th is enough time. But you know, this is a ballot proposition, and I would suggest that there's not a rush for the next meeting. If 2 meetings, 3 meetings out, I mean, I keep thinking when the budget is finished, the first meeting of December is really ideal. But I mean, that's just my instinct.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for those who might be considering how long a delay is, I'll say there is a chance, far from certain, but there's a chance that I might not be on this body in January. And I would very much like to vote for this if we can get it into an S version. It's something I support, so I hope we get a chance to vote on this in either November or December. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-17 and continue the public hearing to the meeting of November 9.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 13A and continue the public hearing to the meeting of November 9 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2022-77, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter regarding filling vacancies on the Assembly and in the office of the mayor, and to exclude the costs for special elections for these offices from the tax increase limitation, the tax cap.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item has been continued from the meeting of September 27, 2022 and October 11, 2022. The public hearing is still open, or is open on this item. And with that, are there any members of the public who wish to testify? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Cross. It has been seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Cross, on the motion to approve?
Thank you. If
Sorry,
you'd
point of
be so
information.
kind as to put my spectacular little spreadsheet up on the board here.
So
One
sorry,
moment,
Kevin.
Mr. Cross.
Just point of information. What are we approving? Which version? Because I think we have a couple.
Yeah, it
What-
should be 2022S.
S1?
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Which, there's an S version and an S1 version.
Let's see what we've got here. It would have been the S version. I think the S1 is constant amendment, so it'd be the S version. It's not?
S1 is the version.
Oh, see, I got two S1s here. All right, S1. Thank you. Move to approve S1 version.
So the motion to approve was for the S1 version. Ms. Allard, are you good with the second still for the S1 version? Thank you, Mr. Volan.
Oh, there it is.
Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
All right, thank you. Are you able to pull up? There we go. Look at that. Okay. All right, so 2022-77 S1 was originally brought forward by John Weddleton and Crystal Kennedy in 2021. This has been kicking around a while. It's finally before us. Aren't you excited? The intention of this is to allow the voters of Anchorage a choice to fill in unexpected vacancies in the role of the mayor, and seeks to resolve many of the issues and concerns that were raised by Anchorage voters. This AO serves to ensure that our system provides equal representation to all, a fair and transparent process, and promotes the values, expectations, and will of Anchorage voters in the office of the mayor. Now, it's important to acknowledge that there's differences of an acting mayor from an elected mayor, just not only in their role, but regardless of how capable and honorable as both an acting and elected mayor may be, an acting mayor is an appointed position, as we know, filled from the chair of the assembly. Now, this is not preferable. It's not preferable for the assembly, it's not preferable for the executive branch or for the voters, but it absolutely is necessary when you find a vacancy. See, each assembly member is elected by 1/6 of registered voters, and in some cases may have even been unopposed. Now, this is not meant to disparage the importance of the chair of the assembly or the members of the assembly, but it's meant to show how vulnerable that the role of an acting mayor is to this current system. Assembly members by nature enter their office to serve a specific district. So I'll use myself as an example. I was elected by a strong majority in District 2. However, that strong majority with good turnout was still only 6,339 individuals. Our last mayoral election gathered over 90,681 total votes. This means if I were in the chair role and found myself in the executive branch of the mayor, I could find myself in the executive branch in the mayor's office with someone who represents less than 6% of the willing voters. Okay, but not the qualified voters, but just the willing voters who showed up. Okay? Therefore, the role of an acting mayor should be served as in the shortest time reasonably possible without creating unnecessary burden expense on the voting. Okay? So our goal number one when we look out to see how do we resolve the concerns of the individuals, of our registered voters, is one, set a clear date and event-driven expectations on when a special election will be held or not held. Okay? And make sure that by having specific dates that aren't ambiguous, okay, we remove any unintended appearance of political influence or manipulation. 2, prevent an acting mayor from serving more than 25% of a regular term. That's just 9 months. But in 9 months, an individual would have served 25% of the regular term of mayor. Now, getting somebody into that role, someone elected by the whole as quickly as possible is beneficial not only to the assembly because we get our chair back and we go back to business as usual, but also in the position of the mayor, as well as not having frequent turnover in that role in the executive branch, creating disruption. Goal number 3, prevent rapid seat change in the role of the mayor to minimize disruptions in the executive branch and to maximize voter participation. If you have a special election too close to a regular election, you may have confusion and you would have more than likely a low voter turnout. Goal number 4, prevent confusion with back-to-back mayoral elections, unnecessary burden on the election staff. So we have the staff within the election department who, in the elections clerk, who is burdened with the task of maybe a runoff election and then a special election and then and a regular election, all happening in short order. And finally, give the voters and the districts a process where they know and feel that their voice is being heard. Okay? And I know that's what we all want because we all serve honorably. We all love not only our districts but Anchorage. And so what we see here on this board is what AO 2022-77 S1 version hopes to resolve. As you can see here, if the vacancy of a mayor should occur in the first year, we would have the acting mayor take place within 30 days or at 30 days, and then a special election held 90 to 120 days for the special elected mayor, and they would continue out the rest of that regular term. And then at the end of that regular term, we'd have the newly elected mayor. If it happened in the second year, it's pretty much the same thing. The interesting thing is what happens when it's a short period, so in that last year. And we see these two different scenarios laid out here on the graph. If a mayor vacancy occurs with less than 150 days until the regular election, then it would naturally happen that the acting mayor would just serve out the rest of that term and we would then go to the regular election. The one thing that makes this AO different is you'll see in section 4, and this is significant. If a mayor of vacancy happens in less than 270 days, and less than 270, more than 150 days, or more till the next regular election, what we would have is we have a vacancy. You'd have 30 days to put in an acting mayor, And then in which case you may have a runoff and then a special election held 90 to 120 days. And we may need to extend that, as it states in here, if the term of the acting mayor can be lengthened in case of a runoff. See, this solves the issue of an acting mayor serving more than 25% of a mayoral term, or a large percentage, but also creates a situation where we get a mayor who's been elected by the whole into that office without a quick changeover. So we don't have a special election and then a regular election less than 90 days. And if you think about it, at 270 days, 30 days to an acting mayor, and then we've got 90 to 120 with a runoff, this specific section, this line 4, means that that newly elected mayor who would be taking place 45, 60 days sooner. Okay? So they're only extending the term by 45 to 60 days. Not 6 months, not anything. But we also get an individual who's been elected into that role by a majority of Anchorage, not just by a district, okay? And then appointed through that through chair, but they're in that role. We don't have a turnover. We don't have a regular election then on the back. We don't have the confusion or the complication with printing ballots and then having to print ballots again and the mail out and who am I voting for. And I believe that system where you have a special election for the mayor that replaces the regular election would it also encourage stronger voter turnout. So I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next in the queue is Mr. Constant.
So sadly, it's not a question that I have, but an amendment. So I agree with everything up there except for the section on moving the mayoral election if it happens within a certain time frame of the regular election to a special or regular election earlier, and then not having an election on that first Tuesday in April. And so everything you just said, I think I value, except for that part I can't support. And so I'm going to move the constant amendment that is in your packet. And it's not line 33, it's line 36. Or excuse me, it's not line 36, it's line 33. And essentially what it does is it takes most of the functions that are in the language below and adds them a narrative into the section above. And the effective language is if the vacancy occurs more than 270 days before the regular election, which is that 25% of a term threshold, which I agree with. So if the vacancy happens more than that, the assembly shall call for a special election to fill the vacancy, period, full stop. So what that means is never more than a quarter of a term should go by and an election must happen. Then it says the special election shall be held not less than 90 days and not more than 120 days after the occurrence of the vacancy. So it gives it a timeline. If the vacancy occurs less than 270 days before the regular mayoral election, but more than 90 days before the end of the mayoral term, the assembly may determine to fill the vacancy at a special election or the next regular election. So it allows the body of the day flexibility to make the decision if it's less than...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I don't have a second.
Sorry, I have been like...
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
It's been driving
I thought we
me
had
nuts. But no, we don't have a second.
Well,
So
you
I'll go
did-
ahead and second for the purposes of
Sorry.
discussion.
Okay, hold on. So who's the second?
Felix.
Felix.
I did say second for the purposes of discussion,
He
yes.
did, thank you,
Sorry,
sorry.
it was driving me
You
nuts.
could have jumped in sooner
Yeah,
to
earlier.
second.
I'm sorry.
Seconded by
trying to
Mr.
explain it, but
Rivera.
you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So if the vacancy occurs less than 1/4 of the way in the term, the assembly may choose to fill that. It's up to them. And then it goes on to say that if less than 90 days remain in the term when the vacancy occurs, the vacancy shall not be filled. And so it simplifies the operation of all of those steps by removing that action that changes the date of the regular election to this other date and then eliminates the regular election for the mayor, which creates, if that is in the final item, I'll have to vote no. And so that's kind of where I fall in this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross on the amendment.
Yeah, I like what you've done here because it definitely is a little more simplistic in verbiage regarding the first three scenarios. You know, I'm really favorable towards what is the quick and most efficient way, since we would probably most likely end up in a special election But as far as the special election replacing the regular election, we're talking the minimal amount of time. The cost of a special election may have occurred anyway, so it's not like there's a cost savings. I think the voters who will decide if they like it or not would be preferable to us putting some more limits on how long or intentionally or unintentionally an acting mayor may serve. And so even at 270 days, that's still, and maybe we decide to keep it, that's still, we're saying that that's okay, that they can serve 25% of their term. And then you end up in the same situation, because if you say, well, 9 months, somewhere around there, we'll do a special election, but then you still have acting mayor in 30, you still have that special election 90 to 120 days, and then, or longer if it's a runoff, and then that individual is going to be in that role for only 45 days before we have another regular election. So it would be best to have the special election replace the regular election, because either way you're going to end up with someone in there a very short period of time, or a acting mayor in there a very long period of time. I don't see how it'd be real hard to hit that middle, but thank you. I guess that's it, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Mrs. France recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I lean towards supporting this amendment, though I have to say, Mr. Cross, I very much appreciate your thoughtful approach that you've taken through this whole process, and that it's been iterative with an S version and then an S1 version, and you've incorporated feedback from other members, including my amendment about being able to temporarily backfill the seat of the individual who is serving as acting mayor. And the only issue, as I've said before in the work session and the committee meeting, is just the potential elimination of the regular election, and I just can't get behind that. So I lean in favor of this amendment, and I just really want to thank you for how you have handled this piece of legislation and being so collaborative and iterative. Thank you. Next is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cross, I want to echo what my colleagues have said. I think that you have put yeoman's work into this and trying to turn it into something useful. It's funny, and I do think there are some things in here I like, and I might even I probably will support this if Mr. Constant's amendment passes. In particular, I like the fact that you incorporated Ms. LaFrance's suggestion about backfilling an assembly member. To me, that was perhaps the largest challenge that we faced. But what's sort of humorous to me is that I almost totally disagree with your justification for doing this. That is to say, our reasons for doing this are totally different. I think that the idea that the acting mayor was somehow problematic, or that there was ambiguity around the special election, was a manufactured controversy that was used politically in the last 2 years. I don't think it actually had a huge impact on the sort of well-being of the city. I think actually it worked reasonably well. But like I said, you have some useful language here, so I might support it, even though I disagree with your reasons for doing this. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. And I do support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the amendment coming forward. I've been very concerned with eliminating a regular election. I think it's very important to remember that regular elections, regular mayoral elections, often have lots of other items on the ballot, ballot propositions, for one, and I think, and bonds. And I think both of those are important things to keep that consistency, because a lot of work goes into passage of bonds, and when we don't have a bond pass, and possibly might not have a bond pass because we don't have the opportunity because there's not that election, then we miss out on something that may really need to be done. And unfortunately, if you walk this backwards, we wouldn't have the runway to put bonds on the special election, I don't think, or ballot propositions because of the way the other portions of the code are set. I do agree with the thoughtfulness put into this. I still, as we talk about this amendment and the main item, still haven't heard from my colleagues who had the opportunity to walk through the previous process what problems you had with it. We were advised, we moved forward. This feels a little bit like a solution in search of a problem, and I haven't heard from members who had the opportunity to have that experience, what was lacking from what we had before us, the information, and the process that's currently outlined in code. Actually, I have heard from Ms. LaFrance in that she wanted to be able to backfill that assembly seat because of her amendment, and you've included that. But I haven't heard that there was a particular problem or some issue that we needed to resolve based on our prior experience or what people have seen in other experiences. I believe at the time, well, now Representative Clayman, but he served as an acting mayor. Like, what was possibly flawed with that? Because that same process we used with acting Mayor Clayman, we used with acting Mayor Quinn Davidson. So I'm still looking for that input. If I hear that input, I might be persuaded otherwise, but right now I'm going to support the constant amendment, but I still have issues with potentially supporting the main motion because of, I'm not sure there's anything to be resolved here.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Before I go through the queue, I will go to Mr. Gates. Did you want to respond or address something that was raised?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to address something earlier. I'm not sure what was last said. I was reading something. So what was that last remark you asked if I'm responding to?
On the amendment?
Well, on a general concept and the notion of canceling the regular election, I just want to be clear that this charter amendment and the way it's worded refers to the mayoral election. This is only the one race that would be canceled, not the whole regular election. You would still have school board, bond props, and stuff on that first Tuesday of April. So this is just removing the mayor's race from that ballot because you had a special election for it within that time frame that's in the ordinance. And just to make sure there's no confusion about that, just the one race would be off that regular election ballot because you just elected the mayor at towards the end of the term at a special election quite recently.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Next is Ms. Quinn Davidson on the amendment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I too appreciate Mr. Cross's work on this and honestly just his general attitude and approach to being collaborative. It's been really nice to have him on the body, and I think this is a great example of that. I do agree, however, with Ms. Zalatel and Mr. Dunbar that this feels, and Mr. Dunbar didn't say this literally, but that it feels like a bit of...
Ms. Quinn Davidson, I'm
sorry. Are you having a hard time hearing me?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're picking up some background noise, and I'm not sure if someone else is not muted. It seems to have gone away. Sorry for the interruption. If you want to go ahead and continue.
Yeah, no problem. I don't think it's me, but I'm the only one up. But anyway, I was just saying I agree with the statement that Ms. Zalatel made, that this feels a little bit like a solution in search of a problem, I'm too tired. I don't know if I'm saying it backwards. Anyway, I just, the Assembly's job, we're all elected leaders, is to look at the facts in front of us and to use our best judgment to decide what makes sense at the time. And I think that, while I was serving as acting mayor, the body at the time just decided to have me stick around. And that's because we were in the middle of a pandemic. We had a mayoral election coming up, and it's really hard to play out all of those facts in a charter amendment and predict how everything can go. And so I feel like the flexibility that we had to make a decision that felt right at the time made sense. And so I don't want to support this because I think it takes away that discretion and judgment that we rely on assembly members to use as elected officials. And I don't think it's that confusing. I agree with Mr. Dunbar that it was a bit of a manufactured crisis to sort of create this hatred of me and hatred of mitigating measures for the pandemic. And this all feels like a bit of that carrying on. So anyway, I can't support it, and I likely won't support the amendment either, so I won't be voting for the underlying item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Solt on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I like the amendment because I was kind of wishing there was a little more leeway on the last two items on the slide. And to me, it provides the option to really, the cost savings here is whether you have a special election or not, you're still going to have the November election or the regular mayoral election for the bond and other items that might be on it. So I just speak in favor. I support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Next on the amendment is Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. So I just wanted to address Ms. Zolotel's question. So there was, I think, a really excellent memo that was jointly put forward by Mr. Gates and Ms. Vogel, came out on October 16th, 2020. And for folks who don't remember, Ms. Vogel was a former municipal attorney, excuse me. I'm just going to read two parts of the memo, which led to a lot of the discussion. You know, I will agree that what we did was absolutely legally defensible. It never actually ended up going to court, so hard to tell what would have been the response in court. But by the memo we received, it was totally kosher. So I'll just read the discussion intro paragraph and then the end analysis. And Mr. Gates may remember writing this. So the discussion: for only the second time in the history of the Anchorage municipality, the office of mayor will soon be vacant. The charter provisions that governs the vacancy leaves unanswered key details about how to respond to the vacancy, making those matters for the assembly to decide. So that's how the discussion portion of this memo began. Skip forward a few pages to the conclusion. The charter provides multiple acceptable paths for fulfilling its requirements. The options are legally defensible, but may have varying degrees of legal risk if challenged in court. Yada, yada. So I think that, you know, those ambiguities, those uncertainties, which this memo outlined, I think is what led to Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Kennedy trying to find a solution so that there was less ambiguity. So I do appreciate the work now that Ms. Allard and Mr. Cross and now Mr. Constant have added to that since this October 16th, 2020 memo that is infamous. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I will go back through the queue for a second time on the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So what's already been discussed, that this item, one thing that's new, allows the assembly to temporarily fill that seat. That's a new item. If there is a long-term person who is called into the chair and is called into the mayor, the chair, we will have a full complement of assembly members. So that's one thing that's new that I think is of value. Two, it covers the cost of special elections in a different way, in a way that is beneficial to everybody, because it doesn't raise questions of can we afford this, it just gets it done. And we've had 4 special elections since I've been on the body, so that section of this is going to have long, regular, frequent impact on how we do business. Third, we discussed previously the issues of the candidates who have set out 18 months in advance and started building a campaign, who if out of nowhere we move the date, it's a new election, and we had letters from APOC, but when I went and dug into the APOC opinions, they were answering different questions that needed to be asked. And so they were asking them in the abstract, if the assembly moved its regular election, would that be the same election? Not if the assembly takes and has a mayoral election separate from all those other elections. So there was no clear answer from APOC. But the single most important reason for me why I support this, it's one we haven't talked about, but if you look at the language of the charter as it stands right now, it says a vacancy in the office of the mayor shall be filled at a regular or special election held not less than 90 days from the time the vacancy occurs. So, it doesn't say at the next regular or special election, right? And so practically, I tried a scenario plan in my mind. How does this really work if you had a bad assembly, say, like really bad faith people sitting up here, which in the current paradigm, I could imagine that happening. It could be that 30 days into an administration, a mayor leaves, dies, something happens, and there is no force that could cause that assembly to fill that seat except a legal action for 3 years if they wanted to keep the structure how they wanted, or nearly 3 years, until that regular mayoral election. And so this puts a cabin on it, and it says 25% of a term is enough for an acting member, and that's it, period, full stop. It still leaves the assembly some flexibility, but it tells the assembly that if it's beyond that measure of time, it's time to send the question to the voters. So I think it's an elegant solution.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross on the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, I would, even if the constant amendment's passed, I would still support it. I think a bulk of the intention is here. That last part is, a personal preference. I mean, for me it is, but I think it's important, Mr. Dunbar, because we don't speak to motive when you say what my intention was on bringing this forward. I can tell you it was quite the contrary. This was brought to me by Weddleton and Kennedy, and we sat down and just talked about, hey, what does that look like to clarify it so that an acting mayor is in there for a respectable but not prolonged amount of time. It came from contribution and curiosity, and I will tell you that given the circumstances that Mrs. Quinn Davidson was, during a pandemic, found herself in that role in a mayoral during everything that was going on, I do not envy her at all, and I can't imagine that had to be an easy, I imagine that's like unexpectedly riding a bull. And so I do want to let her know that this is in no way a slight or anything. I know her to have an amazing work ethic, and I'm sure she worked very hard and diligently to represent Anchorage to the best of her ability. This has nothing to do with that, other than just stipulating and trying to clear up some of the timelines and expectations that we realized might have been mildly flawed in that process. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve constant amendment number 1.
Mr. Perez-Vardilla?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment is approved, 11 to 1.
That's not accurate. She voted no. We need to correct the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. The amendment is approved 10 to 2. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
The only thing more to note is if this passes with 8 votes, then it isn't passed. It is sent to the voters for their decision. It's not our decision.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-77S1 as amended.
Mr. Perez-Vardilla?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Item 13B is approved 9 to 3. Next, we have new public hearings. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2022-91, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Sections 26, 26.80.050 and 26.80.070 to increase rates for the solid waste services disposal utility. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? I want to note too that there is an S1 version on this item. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
S1 version.
A motion to approve the S1 version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I don't know if an amendment's needed, but if you look at page 4, excuse me, line 37, the word all is kind of strange there. It says, for all items that require special handling by solid waste disposal professionals when they are received at all disposal sites. It kind of implies that the materials have to be received at all sites instead of at any site. I don't know if there's a legal difference there, Mr. Gates, but if so, we should fix it here.
And that's on page 4?
Page 4, line 37. It's kind of irrational maybe, but it
give me
reads
a moment,
weird.
I'm looking for the S1 version.
S1, page 4.
Mr. Constant, may I clarify?
Sure.
So I will go find our attorney to make sure, but I'm always very leery of changing the rates, related stuff. Are you inquiring whether it should be all or any disposal?
Yeah, exactly.
Any or all?
Right, I think it should be
I'm going to
any.
run out and find my attorney. I'll be right
I
back.
think it should be any, not all, but yeah. It's just,
Oh, well, I will also be interested in what, I guess, Ms. Christensen has to say. But just reading this just now, I think either word would kind of have the same meaning here. I don't think it makes a big difference either way, but I'm just looking at this right this moment. I haven't looked at it previously. So in terms of word choice, I might have chosen the word any, but I think the word all works here just as well. I don't think that it has a different meaning, whichever word you choose. But I guess Ms. Christensen, she had a different view, perhaps.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, I believe. I agree with Mr. Gates. I think it'd go either way.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen.
Have it
Thank
on
you,
the
Mr.
record.
Gates. Mr. Constant?
that's fine.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-91S1.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 14A is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2022-92, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, sections 26.70.060, 26.70.070, 26.70.080, and 26.70.090 to increase rates for the solid waste services refuse collection utility. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
S1.
S1.
Second.
A motion to approve the S1 version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? I will just put myself in the queue.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
And just ask the administration just to speak to briefly why these rates need to be increased. We had a committee meeting and a good discussion. However, this was an item of interest at a community council discussion. And if you could just address a little as to why those rates are going up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Susan Kent-Crafts, the CFO for SWS, will be coming up here, and she'll be able to answer your question.
So, Madam Chair, the increase in the rates were due to the bonding that we put our solid waste services in.
Your turn. Thank you. Could you speak a little bit as to why we are bonding? Just to explain to members of the public, again, this was an item of interest at a community council meeting.
Okay, so the bonding was put in place to support the new structure that's being built for the disposal and for the collection utilities.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, just to follow up, if I may, just for everyone's edification. The new central transfer station, when that was approved multiple years ago, I think it was probably 2018, 2017 timeframe when the Assembly approved that. They approved, the facility cost over $100 million, and they approved a concept of a multi-year phased rate increase to cover the cost of the central transfer station. So that's the facility that Susan's referencing. This is a programmatic change, and if you look at solid waste services capital budget, you'll start to see the cost of those reflected in there year over year.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-92 S1.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 14B is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2022-94, an ordinance approving the proposed plant replacement improvement surcharge mechanism by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-94. That was moved by Ms. Zalatel. The system is catching up.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Item 14C is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2022-319, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,634,252 of alcohol beverages retail sales tax fund balance to the Alcohol Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund, Anchorage Health Department, to be used for sheltering costs. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-319.
Mr. Perez-Verdia,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Item 14D is approved 11-1. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2022-96, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 16.120.040 to prohibit designation of the former Golden Lion Hotel as an emergency shelter. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome. Oh, hold on a minute, our clock isn't even on. One moment, please. We are having to troubleshoot the timer.
See if I can find my friggin'. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Thanks for your patience. I've never had to turn on the clock before. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is James Thornton with the Fairview Community Council, also a resident business owner in Fairview. Mr. Mayor, municipal staff, members of the Assembly, thank you for opening public testimony on this item. I'm here today to speak on this item on behalf of those suffering right now needlessly due to our city's inability to address and humanely manage our long-standing humanitarian crisis. We need every viable option right now to break up large shelters for the safety and security of nearby residents, businesses, and more importantly, those in dire need of help to get out of their situation despite a few dozen or so problem people who are predating on them and keeping them in a cycle of violence, substance abuse, homelessness, etc. We have all agreed on a scattered site model where individual sites are closer to needed ancillary services. The Red Roof Inn and the Guest House are examples of this model in action and working with minimal negative impacts to the adjacent communities. We have had plenty of time to make this happen, but here we are back at the Sullivan with some of the same safety and security issues we have had during the pandemic. By blocking the use of the Golden Lion and other viable scattered site housing options, we are prolonging the unnecessary suffering and predation on individuals in need of help, as well as continuing to incur heavy and long-term financial repercussions to our city's economic stability and vitality. We all have to take responsibility for these issues together. You notice I use the word we because we have to work together, not against each other, to fix this. I want to ask each and every one of you, please, 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 can you all put some of your politics and pride aside for a moment and help those in need together? I may be idealistic still, but I believe in the power of people's goodwill to move mountains together despite sometimes impossible odds and irrevocable differences. The last two questions I have for all of you is, if not the Golden Lion, then where? And second, why Fairview and the Sullivan Arena? I think you'll all find the answer to the second question is both unfair and inhumane, yet it continues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony for this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. The S version was laid on the table.
It's in the packet.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I really think that this whole item could be postponed indefinitely. I think that the code is pretty clear, actually, that homelessness and transient shelter is not emergency shelter, but that distinction has been crafted. And why I say that the code, I believe, is not written that way is because there's already a line in the code that states that facilities designated as emergency shelters under this chapter shall not be considered homeless and transient shelters for the purpose of calculating required separation distances. That's what the code actually already says. And so any argument that flips that on its head and says, well, because Title 21 only has homelessness and transient shelters in it, that is the only use that this could possibly be. Therefore, our determination is you're de facto creating homeless and transient services by implementing emergency shelter, which is Title 16.130, is not accurate nor a fair read of the code. It's a distraction to protect us from having to use that building for purposes other than what that neighborhood would like to see. And so what I do here is effectively add 8 words to the code. I would actually be okay if we didn't even implement section 16.120.040. But that was the basis of the first ordinance. So with all that said, what this would do is it would establish that for the purposes of determining emergency shelter, the appropriateness of emergency shelter in a facility, you can't use Title 21 homeless and transient shelters as use determination from Title 21. Just like you can't already use it for calculating separation distances. Now, that said, this is problematic in the sense that it's a substantial change from the title of the document as drafted, and I believe Mr. Gates would argue, and I don't disagree with him, that this item should be held over another meeting and published on the next agenda if it were going to pass, because it's too substantively different than the original item. And so I'm okay with that if we're going to go that way, but I would also be okay if we postponed all these items indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
A motion to postpone indefinitely has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the further clarification that Mr. Constant's trying to do, but I think that's a standalone item and should be taken up in the context of Title 16 as a general refinement if that's the intention. And frankly, I'm tired of the Golden Lion being a pawn in this debate. It is a building and an asset the municipality owns, and it is something that can be put into service. I think this body has voted very clearly in the resolution passed tonight in one of those uses it wants explored. And until this body speaks together on another use it wants explored, it is that use that's going to be explored, which is housing as detailed in that resolution. And then subsequently, it is a substance misuse treatment center because that is what the fund source used to buy it requires. And we approve that. So I think, to that extent, that's where we need to leave it. And trying to carve out a portion of Title 16 for this building or that building is a terrible way to go about doing public policy for emergency cold weather sheltering. I think we need to always be able to be nimble and think about what is the need, how do we meet the need, because it is supposed to be on an emergent basis with 3 triggers. And those triggers are done in 3 different ways, which might necessitate 3 different responses. So I hope that you will join us in postponing this item indefinitely, and then if there is a need to revisit Title 16, let's take a holistic look at it. We've done it before, and we can do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross, on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yeah, I'll have to chew on that. The Golden Lion, I agree, is such a fiasco for us to deal with. I absolutely agree that it's an asset that should be utilized. And I guess part of me says, if the homeless situation is so dire that people are dying in the streets and freezing, and yet we're not utilizing it, I feel like how did we paint ourselves in this corner that we can't use it? It reminds me of a story about these young married couple who traveled hundreds of miles on foot, only to show up at an inn and get turned down and end up having their baby in a manger. And I don't know if that inn was called the Golden Lion or what the story is on that place, but I'm just like, how do you have an asset, and yet if homelessness is really short, at the same time, why did we put these provisions? We need treatment centers, and so do we sell it. So this one's a real struggle for me, because part of me says we got to do the compassionate thing and use the resources we can to help people if they are in fact dying in the streets from cold. And the other thing says we bought that specifically for a treatment center, and we're sadly lacking on treatment centers, and so it just gets beat around like a ping pong ball. I will chew on that and vote here shortly on whether we postpone indefinitely. I would love some other thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Rivera on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am not going to provide some other thoughts because I agree with Mrs. Zalatel. The story of the Golden Lion has just become too convoluted, and we could probably talk a lot about why that is, but I think this just adds more confusion to that story, and agree that if we want to look at Title 16, let's do it separately outside of the purview of the Golden Lion. So I urge my colleagues to support the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 14E indefinitely.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 14E indefinitely is approved 9-3. So we will now take up the first public hearings for the budget-related items. There are 7. This is the first of 2 public hearings. The second public hearing will be held at the meeting of November 9, which actually is on a Wednesday because it is the day after Election Day. So we now have before us item 14F, the first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2022-87, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2023 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item, the first public hearing, is now closed. We now have before us item 14G, the first public hearing on ordinance number AO 2022-88, an ordinance adopting the 2023 general government capital improvement budget. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item for the first public hearing is now closed. We now have before us item 14H, the first public hearing, resolution number AR 2022-294, a resolution adopting the 2023-2028 General Government Capital Improvement Program. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item for the first public hearing is now closed. We now have before us item 14I, the first public hearing, resolution number AR 2022-295, a resolution adopting the 2023 through 2028 six-year fiscal program. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item, the first public hearing is now closed. We now have before us item 14J, the first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2022-89, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2023 municipal utilities enterprise activities operating budgets and the 2023 municipal utilities enterprise activities capital improvement budgets. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item for the first public hearing is now closed. We now have before us item 14K, first public hearing, resolution number AR 2022-296, a resolution approving the 2023 through 2028 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Programs. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item for the first public hearing is now closed. We now have before us item 14L, first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2022-90, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2023 operating and capital budgets of Anchorage Community Development Authority. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item, the first public hearing is now closed. Again, the second public hearing for those items will be held at the meeting of November 9. We will now take up quasi-judicial or administrative matters and special orders. These next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative rule because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the audience to be impartial, the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2022-323, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 6076 and restaurant designation permit for Mama O's Seafood, MR LLC, DBA Mama O's Seafood, located, thank you.
Waive reading.
Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-323.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 15A is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-327, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana manufacturing license number M10082 for Einstein Enterprises, Inc., DBA Einstein Labs.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony for this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-327.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Item 15B is approved 12-0. Next is final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. During this time, Assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline or during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Jean. I live somewhere in Alaska, and I have a couple of rhetorical questions. First of all, does anybody remember the last time that winter in Alaska wasn't cold? Second, does anyone remember the last time there were no homeless people in Alaska? Why the bloody blue blistering blazes is this an emergency? Get it together. I'm tired of paying for this.
Thank you for your participation. Are there any other members of the public who wish to participate? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one else, we will move on to Assembly member comments. I will start to my right with Ms. Allard.
No comment.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Soltz?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Mr. Perez Verdia, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdia. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to break that and provide some comments. So I was just thinking as we were going through the first public hearing for those 6, 7, 8, however many items, I was just thinking about if Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman were here, what would he say? Well, he would say 2 things. One, we started the public hearing really late, like it was at 10:30, and then 2, he would say, why is no one here to testify? This is like the most important thing you all do. So hopefully we have more folks here to testify at our next public hearing on November 9th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Nothing to add, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant, we'll come back to you. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a request to members that if you still think we need a work session on the 36th Avenue interchange project, to email the clerk's office so that we can get one scheduled. Otherwise, we will assume that my report today was sufficient and have that item get back before us without a work session. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Chris.
Any comments?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Just want to say rest in peace to legendary comedian Leslie Jordan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, any comments?
No comments.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Volan?
No comments. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my only comment is the World Series starts Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And I will just comment that when we were debating the ordinance regarding filling vacancies on the Assembly and the Office of the Mayor, it reminded me of how difficult a time, and I appreciated your comments, Mr. Cross, during which Ms. Quinn-Davidson served. And I'm not sure that any other public official in the municipality has ever had to serve in that capacity as mayor during such a difficult time, and just want to thank Ms. Quinn-Davidson for that extraordinary service. And with that, we are at adjournment.
Move to adjourn.